गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम् जातवेदसे सुनवामसो ममराति यतो निदहाति वेदः स नः पर्षदति दुर्गानि विश्वा नावेव सिन्धुन्दुरितात्यग्निः तामग्निवर्णां तपसा ज्वलन्तीं वैरोचनीं कर्मफलेषु जुष्टां दुर्गां देवीगुं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये सुतरसि तरसे नमः अग्ने त्वं पारयानव्यो अस्मान् स्वस्तिभिरति दुर्गाणि विश्वा पूश्च पृथ्वी बहुलान उर्वी भवातोकायतनयाय शय्योः विश्वानि नो दुर्गः जातवेदः सिन्धुं न नावादुरितातिपर्षि अग्ने अत्रिवन्मनसा गृणानोऽस्माकं बोध्यवितातनूनाम् पृतनाजितगुं समानमुग्रमग्निगुं हुवेम परमात्सदस्तात् स नः पर्षदति दुर्गानि विश्वाक्षामद्देवो अतिदुरितात्यग्निः रत्नोषिकमीड्यो अध्वरेषु सनाच्च होतानव्यश्च सत्सि स्वाञ्चाग्ने तनुवं पिप्रयस्वास्मभ्यं च सौभगमायजस्व गोभिर्जुष्टमयुजो निषिक्तं तवेन्द्र विष्णोरनुसञ्चरेम नाकस्य पृष्ठमभिसंवसानो वैष्णवीं लोक इह मानयन्ताम् कात्यायनाय विद्महे कन्याकुमारी धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गिः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Om Shri Sai Ram. I offer myself at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan Baba. My loving Sai Ram and warm morning greetings to each one of you present here. I, Sai Shri Srivastava, from 2nd MBA, deem it my privilege to be the master of ceremonies for this morning session. Today's interactive workshop, titled Confluence of Shakti, Siddhi and Samsiddhi, which treats Shakti as power, Siddhi as knowledge, and Samsiddhi as success. Today also sees as confluence of women successful in business, as is our tradition. We will begin this auspicious and intellectual pursuit with the lighting of the lamp. It is my great pleasure and privilege to invite Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir, Director Madam, Warden Madam, and Head of the Department of Management and Commerce to come and do the honors.
अखंड ज्योति जलाओ साई मन मंदिर में, अखंड ज्योति जलाओ, अखंड ज्योति जलाओ, अखंड ज्योति जलाओ साई मन मंदिर में, अखंड ज्योति जलाओ, अखंड ज्योति जलाओ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now, I kindly request second MBA students to honor the guest. So much, everyone. Moving on, Confluence of Shakti, Siddhi, and Samsiddhi is a meeting of great minds in the holy presence of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. We all are honored by the presence of Vice Chancellor Sir of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Registrar, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, and Head, Department of Management and Commerce. And also, we have with us present today 5 eminent speakers specialized in different domains. It is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. U. Suma. Dr. U. Suma completed her BCom and BEd from Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning and MCom and MEd from Annamalai University. She is a recipient of All-Rounder Gold Medal from the Divine Hands of Bhagwan in the year 1990. Dr. Suma is currently serving as Associate Professor in the Department of Management and Commerce, which she joined upon Bhagwan's command in 1998. She completed her PhD in the area of gender and management. To cap it all, she is also the recipient of Sai Krishna Award, given by the Sri Sathya Sai Institute for Excellence in Teaching. With all due respect, I invite Dr. Suma to present the welcome address.
Thank you, Sai Shri, for those kind words of introduction. My humble pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet, respected Vice Chancellor, Registrar Sir, Head of Department, Management and Commerce, Director and Warden of Anantapur campus, all our guests, and also our alumni, faculty members, and dear students. It's my pleasant duty today to give the welcome address. So I welcome all the people who have come with a lot of effort and probably had to endure the hardships of overnight journeys. Thank you for coming all this way to share your knowledge with all our students. And I thank the authorities for making this possible. I thought I would just introduce to everyone why this topic was chosen, what was the thought process behind it, and what is the purpose of it. So the one-day interactive seminar, as you know, is titled Confluence of Shakti, Siddhi, and Samsiddhi. Shakti, as you all know, we understand it, though English language doesn't do complete justice to Sanskrit. But if you say so, power. Power is a well-studied concept in management. And I'm sure all of you students in management classes have studied that power has different bases. Referent power, coercive power, you have legitimate power, expert power. And all these powers are used by leaders in managing. The most respected power out of all this is referent power, because it stems from your personality, it stems from your integrity and character. That's what the management texts say. But in Indian ethos and culture, they speak about the basis of even referent power. Referent power comes from a deeper source. Swami once said that, in the little stories that he used to say, talk to students, he said, as it seems once Vikramaditya, King Vikramaditya, called all the scholars in his land and said, which one is more useful and powerful, Medha Shakti or Buddhi? So in English, we would say Medha Shakti is intelligence, which is used by the mind. And Buddhi, nearest word would be discriminative power. So the scholars unanimously said it is Buddhi which is the best, because the Buddhi transcends the senses. It goes towards the inward path. Comparatively, the material world can be handled better with the Manas Shakti, or what you call as the Medha Shakti. The Indian scriptures always revered both. They wouldn't, divide kinds of Shakti. But they're very clear on saying which is the basis for what, or which is more important. Now, as leaders, and as you will hear from all our guest speakers over the day, a leader has to play very, very contradictory roles. They have to be task-oriented, they have to be people-oriented. They have to balance, in adversity, they have to handle it with aplomb. They have to be calm in a crisis. They have to be reactive when it's necessary and restrained when necessary. How does one balance these various portfolios until you go deeper? So even for exhibiting power or using power wisely, we need to plumb within. The next word we have is Siddhi. Siddhi, of course, has multiple meanings. It can be attainment, it can be knowledge, it can mean accomplishment, it can be a state of being too. So when you look at the word Siddhi, let's say, since you are all in the pursuit of knowledge, let's take the nearest meaning, knowledge. Even knowledge has to be deeply inquired. If you have heard Alexander Pope say, little knowledge is a dangerous thing. Drink deep, delve deep, or touch not the Peruvian spring. I think it was Pierian spring. It seems in the Greek mythology, there's a river called Pierian river, a fountain, that whoever drinks from this fountain will suddenly get inspiration and knowledge. So if you have to drink from there, you have to drink deep, because shallow draughts intoxicate the brain and drinking largely sobers you again. So until you go really deep into knowledge, you don't hit the truth which unifies. And so if you are drinking shallow, then you just become more arrogant. You do not, and in business or in any pursuit, you have to have an openness to learning. And that will come only when you have humility. In Sanskrit, we have a shloka, Vidya dadati vinayam, vinayadhyati patratam, patratva dhanamapnoti, dhana dharma tatat sukham. Only if you have humility, then Vidya will come to you. Vidya comes and it should confer humility. Humility will attract or confer deservedness. When deservedness comes, wealth comes to you. And when you use that wealth judiciously, using it for dharma, then you spread sukham, happiness. So you see, all our scriptures talk about the deeper value, deeper knowledge, deeper power. and success. The last word, Samsiddhi, stands for success. Now, if you look at success in a general sense, of course, material success, profits, market share, growth rates. This is the way we measure success. However, everyone in business knows that profit is an outcome. If you follow the vision and the purpose of a business organization, you achieve the higher goal of, say, customer service or clientele satisfaction, need satisfaction, societal goals. That's when profit automatically comes. The profit is an outcome of a well executed plan towards a higher goal. So the word Samsiddhi is not just about success. It's about perfection in the process. It's about completion of necessary activities in order to achieve that success. So the reason these titles, these words were chosen is to make it like a let's say, caveat to all the students, that when we hear the stories and the experiences of all these learned people who are going to speak to us today, they speak from their crucible of experience, which has its trials and its triumphs, its ups and its downs. And in that, the wisdom that they have garnered is what they're going to share with you. Kindly listen to it with depth. Do not just look at techniques and tools. Look for something deeper, attitudes, way of thinking, which will actually build you. So drink deep from the Perian spring. So with these few words, I again welcome all of you to this session, and we really look forward to hearing you. Thank you for coming. Sai Ram.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your kind words. Madam has painted a clear picture about the topic. She also threw light upon the significance of Indian scriptures and has planted a seed to invoke the thought-provoking process of maintaining the balance between Shakti, Siddhi, and Samsiddhi in ourselves. Once again, I thank Dr. Suma for her insightful words. Next in line, we have Head, Department of Management and Commerce. It is my great privilege to introduce the next speaker. Dr. Sai Manohar K. pursued M.Com from Sri Sathya Sai Institute and completed his M.Phil from the Madurai Kamaraj University and completed his PhD in the area of marketing and consumer behavior from the University of Madras. In addition to research and teaching, he was the PhDM coordinator in Stansfield School of Business, Chennai. He was also the managing director of eTutors Online Education. Dr. Sai has published research papers in national as well as international journals. He is currently the head, Department of Management and Commerce, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, and is very dynamically leading the department. I deem it as my privilege to invite Dr. Sai Manohar K. to come and give the introductory remarks. Dr. Sai Manohar.
Om Shri Sai Ram, offering my most humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Mother Sai. Respected Vice Chancellor Sir, revered Registrar Sir, Director of the campus, Warden of the campus, and respected speakers, Associate Head of the department, senior faculty members and other faculty members, and my dear students. Thank you for being part of this interactive seminar. It is said that Coming together is beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. So this seminar basically aimed at improving ourselves and reaching this success. Life is full of choices. Yeah, life is full of choices. So as you are all MBA graduates, you must take charge of your life and design your life. For that reason, we have organized this seminar. So when we talk about this, I'm reminded of a quote. Some people make things happen, some people watch things happen, and while others wonder what has happened. So we are all in the first category. Some people make things happen. So end of this seminar, I think you all will be taking away great things. And we must ask few questions in the seminar, right? Yeah. You ask these 4 questions. First one is, where am I today? What are my skills? What are my strengths? What are my knowledge? Right? How did I get here? Correct? How it came? Then where would I like to go? Right? Where you want to go? Then how do I plan to go through? It's called goal, right? Our objectives, our vision. Helen Keller, basically a blind person, he said, having eyesight is nothing if we do not have vision. So all of us must develop vision. Same thing if you see Microsoft keep upgrading their version every year, very often. Same way, in order to betterment ourselves, we need to upgrade ourselves every now and then. Alice in Wonderland, majority would have seen this cartoon, right? Alice in Wonderland, correct? In Alice in Wonderland, Alice asked the cat, would you tell me please which way I ought to go from here? That depends on a good deal on where you want to go, said the cat. I don't much care where, said the Alice. Then it doesn't matter which way you go, so long as I go somewhere, right? So we have to feel where we have to go, right? Where we want to go down the line after your MBA. So this is what this forum has brought, right? This forum is of ideas and make you create vision. We must congratulate your faculty members who organized this event. We have excellent speakers who would enlighten you and enrich you with various topics like goals and self-awareness, brand you, lead life with purpose, and life lessons from Shakti, Siddhi and Samsiddhi. So end of this seminar, all of us will take 3 things in it. First one is the ideas, right? Ideas, what the speakers share it with you. Then second one is inspiration to execute those ideas. Whatever ideas you get it, you should get inspiration and execute that. And the last one is introspection, right? We need to think, right, where we are and where we want to go. You all will be learning about planning, right? Bridging the gap between where we are and where we want to go. So I wish you all the best. Please learn from this seminar, whatever possible way. We got great industrialists here who will come and share with you. So I close my talk with a small video. Yeah, before that, sorry. Yeah, I forgot, I'm sorry. So this is the reason Bhagavan Baba has brought us together, right? Swami has made it socially responsible, spirituality aware and professionally sound. There is education, integral education Bhagavan has given to us. And we learn, right, all the things, cultural, devotional, service and physical here. So make use of this environment to become future managers and lead the society.
Don't be a parrot in life. A parrot talks way too much, but can't fly high. But an eagle is silent and has the willpower to touch the sky. Here's the 7 mentalities that we can learn from an eagle. Number 1, eagles fly alone at high altitude. Eagles don't fly with sparrows, ravens, and other small birds, meaning stay away from narrow-minded people, those that bring you down. Eagles fly with eagles. There's a saying that goes like this: people you hang around will eventually determine the person you become. Keep good company. Number 2, eagles have vision. They have the ability to focus on something as far as 5 kilometers away. No matter what the obstacles, the eagle will not move his focus from the prey until he grabs it. Meaning, have a vision and remain focused in your life. No matter what the obstacles and challenges you may face, don't give up and you will succeed. Number 3, eagles are fearless. An eagle will never surrender to the size or strength of its prey. It will always give a fight to win its prey or regain its territory, meaning no matter what the size or big your problems are, don't give up. Instead, face it. Successful people are fearless. They face problems head on. Number 4, eagles are tenacious. Eagles love storm. When clouds gather, the eagles get excited. The eagles use the storm wind to lift themselves higher. Once it finds the wind of the storm, the eagles use the raging storm to lift itself above the clouds. This gives the eagle the opportunity to glide and rest its wings. In the meantime, all the other birds hide in the branches and leaves of the tree, meaning achievers are not afraid of challenges. Rather, they relish in them and use them for profitability. Number 5, eagles never eat dead things. Eagles never eat dead meat. In other words, an eagle does not scavenge. It only eats the meat from the prey it kills itself. Meaning, do not rely on your past success. Keep looking for new frontiers to conquer. Leave your past where it belongs, in the past. Number 6, eagles prepare for training. They remove the feather and the soft grass in the nest so that the young ones get uncomfortable in preparation for flying. And eventually, they fly when it becomes too unbearable to stay in the nest. Meaning, leave your comfort zone. There is no growth there. Last but not least, number 7, eagles possess vitality. When the eagle grows old, his feathers become weak and cannot take him as fast and as high as it should. This makes him weak and could make him die, so he retires to a place far away in the mountains. And while there, he plucks out the weak feathers in his body and breaks his beak and his claws against the rocks until he is completely bare. A very bloody and painful process. Then he stays in his hiding place until he has grown new feathers, new beaks and claws, and then comes out flying higher than ever before. Meaning, we occasionally need to shed off old habits, no matter how difficult. Things that burden us or add no value to our lives should be let go of. Thanks for watching this video.
Thank you very much, Sai Ram.
Thank you so much, sir. To quote one of the lines from Sir's talk, life is full of choices and good. Sir's speech has been a very energetic and thought-provoking one. In addition, Sir mentioned about the key takeaways of this one-day workshop: ideas, inspiration, and introspection. which we as students should work upon. Thank you, sir, for being a role model to all of us. It's now my honor to introduce the Registrar of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Professor B. Sai Giridhar. Professor B. Sai Giridhar was appointed as the 5th Registrar of Sri Sathya Sai Institute in May 2018. Sir enrolled as a student of the first batch of the integrated BCom program at Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in 1982. In the year 1986, Sir was awarded the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning All-Round Gold Medal, one of the most prestigious awards in the university. He completed his MCom in 1987 at the institute, and subsequently, in 1993, he was awarded his PhD in the area of multi-echelon distribution inventory systems. Professor Sai Giridhar joined Department of Management and Commerce as a faculty member in 1992. His area of expertise is finance. Also, he was the Deputy Director of the Prashanthi Nilayam campus, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, from 2014 to 2015. In the year 2015, he was appointed as the head, Department of Management and Commerce, for a period of 3 years. Currently, Sir serves as the Registrar of Sri Sathya Sai Institute. Besides all these achievements, he was the mentor for the winning team of the Tata Business Leadership Award, which was conducted in 2011. Sir has published papers nationally as well as internationally and guides PhD students. I request Sir to come to the dais and share his thoughts through the inaugural address. Professor Sai Giridhar.
Om Sri Sai Ram. I offer my loving pranams at the lotus feet of our most beloved Bhagavan. Respected Vice Chancellor, Sir, Director of the campus, HOD of Management and Commerce, Warden of this campus, invited speakers, colleagues, and my dear students. Bhagwan always says that when we talk of management, management is nothing but common sense and general knowledge. If you go by any management term, we find that the meaning of the term is in the word itself. Let us say financial management. What does it mean? Management of finances. So if you get into each of the terms which we use in management, it is that we find the meaning of the word in the term itself. This one day confluence of for which we have met here talks about the term power, knowledge, and success. There are a few things which I would like to share which Bhagwan has referred to when it comes to what he says women are capable of doing. This is where self-belief comes. Many a times we are not able to achieve. Why? Because we do not believe in ourselves. We feel that we are not capable of doing it. But when we have that belief saying that we will be able to achieve, we go a long way. For this, I'll give an instance. I don't know how many of you all would have watched. There was a cricket match between the women's Indian women and I think it was England. It was the World Cup final. India was in a very good position. We had around 6 or 7 wickets and just a few runs that we had to get. What happened? We found that one batsman got out. He thought it is still manageable. then the second, then the third, then the fourth. Then the team was all out. What was the captain doing? This is where a leader comes in. The captain should have gone up and spoken to the next batsman. What is our goal? Where do we have to go? How do we defend it? And how many balls do we have to spare? A leader has got to be proactive. You can't expect everyone to take a decision on their own. If everyone takes a decision on their own, then in that case there is no problem. We should be able to encourage that. But this is where we find that if we don't believe in ourselves, even from a winning situation, we may get onto a losing situation. So self-belief is something which is very important, which Bhagwan mentions here. The next aspect which Bhagwan mentions is what are the characteristics which we come by when we talk of women. Why am I talking only of women? Because we are in a women's campus and this is what Bhagwan has highlighted. It's not that something that we are trying to say. So we have got patience, we have got fortitude, sacrifice, compassion, love, and all of that. If you want to achieve something in life, you should be able to dream. But don't keep dreaming. Then you don't achieve anything. Why do we need to dream? Because if we can dream, then we are setting a goal for ourselves. Having a goal in life is very important. If we do not have a goal in life, then you do not know where to go. They'll say, come this way, you will go that way. Go that way, you will go the other way. Why? Because you don't know where you want to go, what you want to achieve, where do you want to reach. Bhagavan always says, aim high, soar high, low aim is a crime. So aim for the best. Why? Because if not the peak, maybe the next peak. If you are satisfied with if I get 35 marks, 50 marks internal, I'm going to be happy in life, fine. That is your choice. Nobody is going to come in your way. But 2 years down the line, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, when you meet your colleague and see that that person is doing very well in life, don't feel bad. Because that was your choice. That's why it's very important that we dream and run after the dream. Of course, Bhagwan always says, refers to what Lord Krishna says, that is, you do your act, but don't depend on the result. That, leave it to God. God will take care of it. So if you want to achieve what you want to achieve, you need to have confidence. Self-confidence is something which is very important. Why is self-confidence very important? Because Bhagwan says, when a bird perches on a branch, thank you. When a bird perches on a branch, what happens? Where is its confidence? On the branch? No, it is not on the branch. It is on the strength of its wings. So this is where we need to be confident of ourselves. Now, how do we pack ourselves with confidence? We need to skill ourselves. I'll give an instance. Again, it might be from the field of cricket. Mr. Lakshman had come down to Puttaparthi and he was addressing the students. It's not that I am very fond of cricket, but these are instances which you can relate to. He said in a few matches, because they found that there is a flaw in his batting and they bowled only in that area, because of which every time he got out at a very low score. Now what did he do? You should sit down, think and brood over it, isn't it? What should you do? Yeah, when you find that there is a mistake, you should try to overcome that. How did he do that? He got a spinner to bowl to him only in that area. He practiced and practiced. What happened? He was able to overcome that. So the next international match which he played, he was able to get over that fear. What we are finding today with Virat Kohli is, again, we find it's not that he's a ordinary batsman, but we find that there is a confidence crisis which we come across. When we talk of confidence, once we have confidence, we have satisfaction. This is what Bhagwan says. We have self-satisfaction. So when we have self-satisfaction, what happens? We are willing to sacrifice. Bhagwan says so many people come to Prashanti Nilayam. It is not that they don't have money. It is not that they don't have position. They are well known in the society. They are well settled in life. Why are they coming to Prashanti Nilayam? Why are they coming to Prashanti Nilayam? Because they want to connect with God. They want to connect with God, which means all these things really don't matter. It is not money which matters. It is not position which matters. It is not power which matters, but your connection with God which matters. So at that point of time, when you have moved on to a higher level, you will find that you are ready to sacrifice anything. A portion of their wealth. Like if you talk of the recent instance of an Indian, Mr. Nandan, what did they do? They said, this portion of our wealth will go on to charity. So this is where we find only if a person has got self-confidence, self-satisfaction, it goes on to self-sacrifice, which leads to self-realization. You understand where you are. In what way are we talking something which is spiritual, which is a concept which we can't relate? It can't be a part of business. In life, when whatever activity we undertake, we'll have to run through all this. It is something which is very significant. This has been quoted by Bhagwan many a times. Okay, we say, if you want to be successful, I'm taking up one skill, a few skills, so that if we can imbibe that, then in that case we will be able to achieve the third part which you're talking of here. That is success. You should be dependable. Dependable means, it's, in other words, we call it as trustworthiness. What does it mean? You should be reliable. You should be credible. You should be willing to share information. Some people feel that if they hold information, they become very powerful. It's a matter of time. Today you have information, you hold it, you try to become powerful. What happens tomorrow? Someone else will come with better information. Then what happens? The knowledge shifts. So we in an organization should always think in terms of how we can help all the others to grow. It is not just self-growth which matters. We have got to, if you talk in terms of a team which is working towards winning the World Cup, what will they do? If someone is having a problem, to whom does he go and talk? Yes, it might be the coach, or it might be a well-known player who has got that ability. It might be that Sachin was the captain. Then people might have gone and discussed with Ganguly. They would have discussed with Dravid. They would have discussed with Kumble. Okay, depending on what area you're coming by. So this is, what are we trying to say? We are saying that that power, referent power which you're talking of, is something which can be referred. It is not always authority which matters. Authority doesn't give you power. Yes, technically it gives you power. But in real sense, it doesn't give you power. Why? Because people will evaluate you based on your knowledge. Your fit into the organization. So that is why it is very important that we take into consideration. We should be willing to give credit. If someone has contributed an idea, you take that idea and say, no, this doesn't work. And you go to the management and say that this is the idea which we have to implement. No, it doesn't work. So in other words, you're creating a gap in the organization where people say that this person is selfish. He doesn't want to share. By sharing, actually we grow. People will recognize and also give you greater amount of respect. Why? Because you are willing to share the credits. And we need to be fair. What does it mean to be fair? Suppose if I don't like X, I'll take Raghuram because I hope he doesn't mind. I don't like Raghuram, so whatever proposal Raghuram comes with, I will say no, it doesn't work at all. Even though it might be one of the best proposals that would have come by. At the same time, there is, let us assume Raghuram 2, part 2, comes with a proposal. Why? Because he is very close to me. So even though it is not very good, I will say refer to this person. You go and discuss with this person. You can augment it. Why am I being fair? I am not being fair. So if I am not fair in an organization, what's going to happen? People will talk a lot of things behind my back. So if you have that integrity, if you are fair, you will be able to command respect, not demand respect. It's very important because why? If you're talking in terms of, they say knowledge is power. And if it doesn't come into these parameters, what happens? It becomes very difficult for us. We need to be consistent. If we are not consistent, then they'll say, I don't know, today he's in a good mood, so let us go and ask him. So you heard that someone came back, that person was shouting. So what will you do? Let me not go now. When we'll find out a time when he is in a good mood and then go and talk. So this should not be the image which people should be carrying of us. So be consistent. We have issues, but our issue should be confined only to issues and not to people. If you attach issues with people, then we will have a problem. So that's why please take care of that. We need to communicate effectively. Many a times we lose opportunities. Why? Because we hesitate to communicate. It is there in my heart. Someone is saying, okay, you do this. And you feel that no, it is not me, but this person can do it better. So you don't know whether to say yes to it or no to it. What happens in the process? If the boss is a little forceful, then you will say, okay. What is the end result of that? Okay. So that is why if you feel that you need X support or Y support, or you need this knowledge, part of the knowledge to be transferred onto you for you to do the job effectively, please communicate. There's nothing wrong in that. I'm finding a particular subject a little difficult. What should I do? I should go down to the teacher and talk to the teacher and say that this area, madam, can you come back to me on this? Or go to your friend whom you are very close to, ask, discuss. There's nothing wrong in that. But effective communication, when we talk of effective communication, it does not mean only talking. Because generally communication means we say talking. But it is not talking. For example, you come with a term paper to me. And I hope I'm within time. If I'm overshooting, please let me know. Just a few more slides. If someone comes with a term paper to me, I take it because I'm a little busy. So I take it, flip it, say, no, these things you have to work. Knowledge wise, I might have said this right thing. But what will be the impression in your mind? You will feel, last 7 days I've been working. I put up 7 pages. He flips it over in 7 seconds and says that this is wrong or this is wrong. Or add on this. So sometimes what I've done might be perfectly fine, but I should have the patience of at least making the other person comfortable in recognizing the effort which has been put by them. So that is why listening, writing well, your ability to read verbal, non-verbal signals is something which is very significant. That's why they say that if you want to succeed, be an active listener. Why should you be an active listener? Why? Because then you know. Otherwise, what will happen is it will be an argument. I'll be saying something that today it is not raining. You will also be saying that today it is not raining, but in different words. Both of us are not understanding each other. Why? Because I've got a point which I want to make next, so I'm not listening to what you're saying. Don't do that. If you do that, it applies to me also. It's not that only to you. But if we do that, what's going to happen? People are going to not listen to each other. Who's going to talk to him and he doesn't understand? That's a final judgment which we'll make. Why? Because we did not understand what he said, because we were preoccupied with what we want to say. So it's very important that we have problem solving and critical thinking abilities. I will run a little faster because I think we should be open-minded. Knowledge is not confined to people only on top. Tomorrow you'll be occupying positions on top. Don't be closed. I've got an idea. That idea only can be implemented. It doesn't work that way. You have to be practical. You understand your own biases. If you have biases, you know your biases so that you do not commit mistakes. You have preference with reference to, like for example, they mentioned that I deal with finance. So people from the finance section, I'm very happy with. So whatever they say, I accept. HR people, no. What will they tell us? No. So if suppose I've got a bias, I've got to be aware of that bias and not act with that bias. Only then you can be unbiased. For example, let us take the instance, we have a brainstorming session. You all must be aware of a brainstorming session. So you have a brainstorming session, 10, 20, 100 ideas come up. In that I found that my idea, one idea is there. So what will I do? If I'm biased, I'll make the group go to that idea. So that may not be the best possible solution for what we are thinking. So it is important that we be open. We are willing to accept. We are willing to learn. Even if you take the life of Bhagwan, he could have commanded anything. But many a times he used to say, Na drishtilo, which means what? In my view, maybe this can be done. He doesn't say, do this. Of course, sometimes he does. That is when we don't listen to what is good for us. But many a times we find that Bhagwan says that in my view that this can be, maybe you all can discuss and decide on it. See, this is the quality of, I know he is Lord God, but this is where we learn few things when you observe him. Okay? We need to have an emotional connect. Why do we need to have an emotional connect? If you don't have an emotional connect, you will never be able to understand people. You will be living in your own ivory towers. Everything else doesn't matter. Many a times what happens is people will say that if you are good to people, people will take advantage of you. Don't believe in it. Yes, few people will take advantage. I'm not saying no to that. But for that 1%, why do you want to make 99% of the people who are good suffer? No, it is very important that we are able to understand, connect to people. Okay? And that today you don't want to attend classes or you don't want to go to office. So you say, I've got a headache in stomach. Why? Because you actually don't have a headache. So you say, I've got a headache. What is that? Fine. You allow the person to take. How many days can he take? Maximum of 15% of the attendance. Beyond that, what will happen? you have to say lose 1 year. So this is something which you need to manage your stress. Bhagwan says, whenever you are angry, please do not take any decision. Why? Because we may end up taking a decision which may not be for our good. He says, drink a glass of water, cold water, which will cool down your system, then take a decision. So that's why it's very important. We need to be aware of ourselves. We need to be able to motivate ourselves. We need to be in a position to motivate others, have empathy, social skills. All these are necessary. And finally, strategic vision. If you don't have a vision for yourself, where is knowledge? Where is power? Where is success? They say knowledge is power. What does it mean? That at every stage of our life, we have to keep learning. The moment we stop learning, we do not grow. So if I say I'm going to, this is what I had studied in my BCom days. So I'm going to deal only with that lecture notes which my teacher gave it to me at that time. The markets have changed. I can't run that way. So this is where we need to spend some time for ourselves, for our personal growth, both spiritually and materially. So this is what we need to do. Thank you, Saram.
I thank Sir for his enlightening speech. Sir's noble thoughts reflects very vividly in his speech. Moreover, Sir focused on the aspects of self-belief and what Swami has said about it. Sir's references about cricket was as clear as the sky to understand. Need to dream, self-confidence, self-satisfaction, self-sacrifice, self-realization were some of the aspects on which Sir threw light upon. Thank you, Sir, for your insightful guidelines as to how to operate within an organization. It is my immense pleasure to introduce the Vice Chancellor of the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Dr. C.V. Sanjeevi. Sir has been at the Karolinska Institute, a medical university in Stockholm, Sweden, since 1989. Sir heads the Diabetes Immunology Research Group at the Center for Molecular Medicine and is affiliated to the Department of Medicine. Karolinska Institute is known for selecting and awarding Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine. Dr. Sanjeevi has won several awards, and the most notable one was the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award from the Government of India for eminence in one's field or outstanding work, medicine. Sir has also served in the Council of the European Association for the Study of Diabetes and had won several awards in the field of diabetes. From 2000 to 2012, Dr. Sanjeevi has served as the Karolinska Institute's Scientific Coordinator for India and promoted academy industry and industry partnerships between Karolinska Institute and India, as well as Sweden and India. All these that I have described does not do complete justice to his many accomplishments. However, the paucity of time restricts me from describing further. With these few words, I welcome Sir to deliver the keynote address. Dr. C.B. Sanjeevi, Vice Chancellor, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning.
Sairam all, it gives me great pleasure to come and talk to all of you. And I had some discussions with Dr. Suma on what is it that I should talk. And I suggested quite a few thoughts, and she thought this is probably a better thought or talk that I could give on this subject. So I offered my humble pranams at the lotus feet of Bhagwan. Without Bhagwan, I won't be here and doing what I'm doing. So whoever I am, whatever I'm doing, I thank Bhagwan immensely. So the talk I'm going to talk today is something about how the setup should be to encourage innovation and entrepreneurship. So the growth of startups and the incubators for the journey from bench to bedside. What does it mean? What is bench and what is bedside? Bench is your laboratory bench. I'm talking from the medical background. So that is where you discover things. And bedside is patient's bedside, where you'll have to deliver whatever you have done on your bench for the benefit of the patient, either from a medical device point of view or a drug point of view, or in whatever way that could help the patient recover from the illness. So this is bench to bedside, and this process of going from bench to bedside is filled with so many different steps that you need to cross. So if it's a drug, the steps are little different. If it is a device, the steps are little easier than a drug, because there are a lot of toxic outcomes that can come with a drug. So there has to be so many things that needs to be managed. But for this to manage, you need to have first vision, a legal setup that would allow you to do many things. And I will go through the system that we had set up at Karolinska Institute and how it had evolved over time. And I hope that this is a very good model to emulate at every place. And I hope without the medicine part, but making it general, we could make it do that happen in Sathya Institute of Higher Learning also. So just to give you a brief background, Karolinska Institute is a medical university, started in 1810. It's probably 212 years old. We have 22 departments, 600 research groups, 3,500 researchers and 330 professors. So at any time point, we have 2,000 PhD students, approximately 300 or 350 of them finish their PhD every year. So the students here refer to those students who are studying at undergraduate, postgraduate and the PhD level in medicine, dentistry and nursing, all three put together. And the amount of money that is spent for doing research is about $800 million a year, and all this is money raised from outside in the sense from funding agencies. So the institute is mainly located in northern part of Stockholm, which is connected on the other side of the road to the main hospital campus, and we have several institutions that are affiliated where our medical students go and learn medicine. So the preclinical activity is held in the main campus, and all the clinical activity is held in the affiliated campuses. So this is the main entrance of the Karolinska Institute. Immediately when you enter, to the left is the Nobel Forum, which is the place where the Nobel Committee functions to decide and award the Nobel Prize for Medicine. So this is some of the glimpses of what is inside the Nobel Committee. And what you see here is the assembly hall where the committee meets to decide the prize. The prize is always announced on the first Monday of October every year. The first prize that is announced is the Medicine and Physiology Prize. So when it comes to innovation and entrepreneurship, corporate and innovation strategies are very important, and this is something that has to be decided at the university level. So this is what Karolinska Institute has decided about their strategy, and the Karolinska Institute vision is to significantly contribute to the improvement of human health. So it can be all aspects of human health, from the point of view of diagnostic, from the point of view of prevention, from the point of view of intervention. So when it comes to innovation, you need to have an innovation ecosystem that is very important for things to grow and develop. And if that ecosystem is set up in a very nice way, things will get moved from one side to the other until it reaches to the bedside from the bench. So what do we do? This is the important triangle called as knowledge triangle. In this knowledge triangle, research is an important component. Research means you are creating new knowledge. And education is means disseminating the new knowledge that you have created. So whatever a medical graduate is taught today, if the same medical graduate would have been taught 10 years later, he would have learned different things. In the last 10 years, so many new knowledge has been added. The way you treat medicine might differ now compared to what it was done 10 years ago. So this is important connection between research and education, and we are trying to establish this in our own university. But what is important here is innovation, because the innovation is the one that drives new things to happen. And in our Indian setting, that innovation is something that is very important from an affordable perspective. So affordable innovation is what is to be followed in Indian setting, rather than innovation that will only cater to big countries, rich countries, where the profit becomes the priority motive. So that should not be the case. If you chase profit, you will miss out a bunch of people who are in the lower end of the spectrum, unable to deal with buying medicines or whatever. So you need to have the place ownership and entrepreneurship in the center of the triangle, recognize the needs of the customers and patients, overcome the silo mentality. This is something one should avoid. You should not function in isolation. You should function in a group, and create ecosystems where research, education, and business partners meet. So this is the vision that one needs to have in order to promote the ecosystem to deliver new ideas and new products. So the scientists in Sweden, this is coming from the government initiative, the scientists in Sweden own the rights to their ideas. That means you are the owner of your invention or in a discovery. Institution is not the owner. So government has passed a law in the parliament saying that scientists don't. If you have discovered something in the university, the discovery belongs to you. But if the university helps you to make the discovery, translate it into a patent, and patent into a company, and company to a product, there the contribution of the institution can be rewarded with certain percentage of ownership to the institution, but the discoverer still is the owner of the idea. That's very important. That way it encourages innovation, encourages creativity, and make you go and choose ideas that can be converted into a good products. So the right to invention or research results can be transferred in an agreement to the university, but you are still the owner. But if you don't like the university, you don't like the way the university is handling, you can go on your own and do it on yourself. No problem at all. Nothing prevents you from doing that legally. So there is only important thing is to connect everything. So this is the innovation support that the Karolinska Institute has created. We have an innovation office that provides free advice on how to get an idea into an IP. That's a free advice. Okay. Then we have a unit of entrepreneurship. It's not just that you have an idea, but you need to create people who will have the entrepreneurship mindset to carry these ideas. So we don't have so many doctors who can be entrepreneurs, who can be business heads. That is something that we need to really focus on. Unit of bio-entrepreneurship, nothing but an MBA program, but MBA program specifically designed for doctors or healthcare professionals. Okay, so this is something that is very important at the institutional level, and the institutional have to create a structure, which is what is called as the Karolinska Institute Holding Company, under which we have Karolinska Innovations, that is the business developer and incubator, and we have a science park that houses all those companies that are created. And all this is within the institutional campus. So what innovation does is it helps you from your discovery into a patent into forming a company. If you are the scientist, you will be the chief scientific officer of the company, but the innovation office will provide the CEO support, CFO support, legal support, all that. They will take certain ownership for the support that they give, but for that they will be the one who will be spending the money. So that will be like the investment into the company, and the scientific discoverer will still be owner of that discovery and the major shareholder of the company. So when it comes to the innovation system, you have to have ideas. It's like a funnel concept. You throw 1,000 ideas. What comes through the funnel could be 100 ideas. Out of that 100 ideas, 10 of those ideas are the ones that can mature into something. So my professor used to tell a simple example that if you're a farmer and you sow seeds, you might sow 1,000 seeds. Maybe 100 will sprout. Out of that, 10 will bear fruit. And that is what you're looking for. But at the same time, don't forget the remaining that is not sprouted, because it's taking a little longer time to sprout. So you need to care for all the 100 seeds. The way some will sprout faster, because the conditions are right. Some will sprout maybe 2 years later, 3 years later. That doesn't mean they are failures, because it's taking some time for that to really find the market. So you have to have in-house expertise, or you can hire the external consultants. Funding is an important aspect for the innovation system to function. And what comes out of it? You have an industry collaboration, you have increased funding, you have startup and out licensing that will bring in new money, collaboration with universities and public bodies. This is very important. So for this to happen, you need to first have an academy partnership to enrich your own faculty and your ideas. Then you have to have an academy industry partnership where you take the ideas from the academy to the industry. And then when the industry are born, you need to have industry partnership for the small industries to partner with the big ones to make things happen in the market. So this kind of an ecosystem is something that one needs to set up in order for it to function very efficiently. But the key innovation tasks that have been followed, which is also followed in other big universities like Harvard or Stanford, is the implementation of new innovation governance structure, manage strategic partnerships with good policies, reassign and integrate innovation support functions, then align the innovation support functions with the hospital and the local health authority. You cannot be doing something that cannot really be necessary for the society. So you should focus on the needs of the society. That's very important. So build investment partners, then extend innovation, entrepreneurship, education programs to all students, because only when you are educated and trained, you can go up and take up those positions and make it function and be effective. So communicate into the organization, into the outside world, and define and deliver the key performance indicator. So the KPI becomes important because this is a measurement of your success. So when you do the key performance measuring, there are so many parameters under which you can measure. So I have left my slide set. So Dr. Suma can share it with many of you, so you can go through and look at this in detail at a later time. So when you look at the partners and alliances support, we have the regional partners, we have the national partners, and we have the Europe as a big partnership opportunity. So at several levels, you need to have a conducive environment for you to take your things to another level. And this has been very well set up. I would love to say that I was in Anantapur last week to participate in a VC conference that's meant for VCs in the state of Andhra Pradesh. All the VCs of the universities in Andhra Pradesh had assembled here. So they have a government guideline from the current chief minister. They have prioritized, these are all the things that we'll have to do. Then we were discussing how all we could implement. They started with state universities, then they filtered down into central universities and private universities where we were invited to this meeting. So the state initiative is important. Their guidelines, their strategic vision is also important for us to align our vision with their vision in order for us to be very successful. So using partners and alliances to support the innovation is very critical. So when it comes to the industry partnership strategy, we need to have good policies and good things in place for that to flourish. So you need to have excellence in research, education, and innovation. For an institution of that kind, with an investment of $800 million into research on a yearly basis, of course, something should come out of it. Nothing comes out of it, that's a wasteful investment. So we have at least 5 to 10 new companies that are started every year from the work that is completed. But not all 5 or 10 companies will survive over a period of 10 years. Some of them will die. And some of them will be very successful and grow into a multi-billion-dollar company. So in terms of creating opportunities, we need to provide knowledge sharing platform, access to unique expertise and competences, education and training of personnel, and resources, finance, infrastructure. So this will bring global expertise and investments opportunities, but we need to maintain the competitiveness. Some of these things that had started at the government level has made Sweden a #1 innovation country in the world. The next competitor for Sweden is Switzerland. So all other countries like Denmark, Finland, and Norway are all in the top 5. So there is a system that enables them to function so very well to stay at the top. So this is something that is very important. We cannot excel in isolation. So we need to have a system that allows us to excel. So when it provides multiple opportunities for partnering, but you should have enough strength in terms of science in order to partner. If you're not doing enough, If your expertise is not big enough, there's no way you can partner. So you need to have the expertise across disciplines. So in our own situation, we need to have the best set of people in management, best set of people in mathematics and commerce, best set of people in different disciplines, so that we can use those people in order to initiate partnership with different institutions. So we need to build that strength, and that strength is you and the faculty that we are having here. So our faculty is really challenged with the task of balancing the education and research. If you look at our faculty, they tend to spend more time in teaching and they don't have much time to do research. So this is something of a balancing act, and what we do is, at that level, you just have to synthesize ideas, and we need to have students who will execute those ideas. So it's a training ground for the students, and later the students will also become a think tank or ability to think new ideas. So you need to be groomed into that particular path in order for you to excel as a thinker and producer, and also creativity is very important. So collaboration and institute partnering is very important. So there are so many things that we need to put in place for efficient transfer of ideas into IPs, into companies, into product. So there are different types of partnerships that we need to indulge. So one is the strategic partnership. Then is the researcher initiated partnership. We don't have to involve the institution at the level. If there is a professor or a scientist here who knows a professor or a scientist in, say, IIT Madras, you can talk to each other, and if there is something common between them, you can go ahead and get your collaboration going. That could yield in something, but if it has to come all the way to the head of the institution in order to permit this, maybe that's not necessary. So there could be a way by which it's a researcher initiated partnership that could go forward. And of course, we need to have an innovation ecosystem that allows the companies to come in and help us partner, because they are the ones who have the money and they are the ones who have the market access. By partnering with them, we can reach the market. And from an Indian setting, what is very important for us to know is to ensure that we bring our product to the market at an affordable pricing, because many of our people in India, 30% of them are below poverty line. That's about 400 million people. So you cannot exclude them from your pricing strategy. That's very important. So Karolinska Institute has made partnership agreements with many of these institutions. But if you look some of these institutions, we have a PhD program with many of these industrial partners where we have an agreement with the company, and that agreement is translated into a person from the company working in the institution, where the entire 4-year period of the PhD is fully supported by the salary from the company. And that person should be guaranteed that he will not be fired from his job, and he will spend 50% of the time in the institution and 50% of the time in the company, so that there could be a translation of ideas from the bench to the bedside. That's very important. So this is how it evolves. So if you are looking at the innovation office, each dot you can translate it into one idea. So there are a lot of ideas that come to the innovation office. So we have an effective filtering system, which is evaluation, and then there are selected. As you can see, in a logarithmic way, things are coming down in terms of what could reach this pipeline. So make a selection, you develop them, you commercialize them. In this process of development and commercialization, you don't have to wait all the way to the end. You can make an exit at any time point, so that you can allow the bigger player to come in and take things forward at a faster pace. So since 2003, Karolinska Development has involved in 57 startup companies of more than 1,200 ideas and raised more than $300 million. So this system of evaluating, selecting, hand-holding, and taking it forward is an important step in the innovation ecosystem. So when it comes to the opening of SMEs and biotech in the campus, we need a place where we will incubate them. So we need a science park or an incubator where these companies is put in an environment where they can share a lot of resources, so that they don't have to spend their own capital in creating those resources, because that resource might be needed only for a short period of time or a short part of the project. So if that resource is openly available, you hire that services by paying a fee for service. So you don't have to invest in all the machines that is needed. So incubator becomes important. When you have an incubator, you need to have an ecosystem. So this is the part of Karolinska Institute in the neighborhood. This is the Karolinska Institute, and they have developed the entire ecosystem in a way, and many of these buildings were built by the local municipality with the support of that houses many of the big companies. Now the big companies have come because it's becoming a very big hunting ground for ideas from the small companies. So it's all acquisitions that are taking place of small companies that are generated from the ideas that are created in the bench. So the Kalinske Institute Science Park was set up about 25 years ago. And this houses enormous number of companies created from the institute or the university, where it incubates and it grows and it is taken over by bigger companies that are also brought into the picture. So in terms of value proposition, the life science ecosystem business enabling environment is important. Life science specific support needs to be provided, and infrastructural services should be made available, and all this is taken care of by the science park or the incubator. So when you look at the infrastructural services that is available, which the company need not have to spend money on their own, is the office spaces, premises, laboratory facilities, so many of these things that are listed, including most important, coffee, without which many of the ideas don't even grow. Definitely in Sweden, but I don't know elsewhere. So when it comes to life science specific support, symposium and networking activities are important. We have 5 distinguished speakers here today. So it opens a lot of opportunities for networking. Maybe they can bring more partners for collaboration. So mentoring program, this is what I spoke about a week ago here. So this is very important that you need to have a mentor, whether it's individual or it's a company, it doesn't matter. That mentoring program is vital. Then you need to have an investment platform. If you look at Stockholm, it's the most VC rich environment. So when it comes to funding or investment platform, you need to have somebody giving a seed capital. Then you need somebody giving early growth capital. Then comes a situation where you need somebody to give venture capital. So in all these stages, if there are possibilities of funding coming in, then you have a path to grow very easily. So we had, I had given a talk in one of the sessions in Vibrant Gujarat in 2013. At that time, Narendra Modi was the chief minister. What was something that they started was that if I have an idea, okay, they said I'll give you 10 crore rupees. But the condition is I'll have to put up that idea as a company in Gujarat, okay, hire people from Gujarat. I'll have to train those people in Gujarat. So that's a capacity building involved. So at the end of 3-year period, during which time that 10 crore should be spent, could help create a lot of capacity building, availability of resources, ability to do things, and they'll all be ready to take up new projects that can come their way at a later time. But what was lacking at that time was the funding. The startup funding is there, which is given by the government of India. The growth capital is given by the government of Gujarat, but the VC capital was lacking. So at one particular time, if you grow, beyond which you'll have to struggle to grow and attract VC funding. So you need to have all of them available so that you can move from one group to other group to the other group before you can get into the market. So the strategic tool to support drug development and information and communication tool. So everybody should know what are all the resources that are available in that particular area so that you don't have to go and hunt for things. So when we were having, just as an example, when we were having a doctoral seminar series here, which your doctoral students had called it at Spark, such a revealing experience for many students, because the chemistry student does not know what the physics student or the literature student is doing. Okay, the mathematics students had such a fantastic tools available which the chemistry student needed, and the chemistry student looking for elsewhere to find that support. So when the mathematics student presented all that work, the chemistry student, oh my God, we're sitting and eating dinner every day next to each other. I don't even know what you're doing, you know. So this kind of infectivity in spreading ideas will enrich you in terms of finding partnerships locally. So that is very important. For that, you need to know what are all the information available, who are all the good at in your own neighborhood. If you know that, then your progress is going to be much better. So when you look at the companies created and sitting in the Karolinska Institute Science Park, these are all the companies under different headings. So if you look at it in terms of therapeutic area, these are the various therapeutic areas in which these companies fall under. And this is the list of companies that are there. In 30 years ago, in 1993, when this was all started, no companies were there. 30 years later, these are all the companies that are sitting there. And the whole ecosystem has been created That's making more companies come and sit there. Oh, earlier slide was only about the companies sitting in the Karolinska Institute Science Park. And Karolinska Institute Science Park is a part of ecosystem where now more companies are doing. When they are there, there's so much of crosstalk that can happen so that you can enrich each other without much cost involved, rather than going for something to some other country within Europe or to United States. So this is something that had taken place over a period of time. So persistence is important, perseverance is important, and as I said in that example of seeding and growing, so some of those had taken much longer time to grow. So some of them had come up very fast. So this is the environment in which the whole ecosystem is functioning, which now has reached a critical point. You don't have to do anything. It will all function automatically by itself. So this is the outline I wanted to give, how you take an idea from bench to bedside. It's not just the scientist's responsibility. The institution's responsibility is important. The state responsibility is important. The vision and the laws that the country creates is also important for these things to grow. So if they are all in sync, then there are absolutely no problem in terms of progress and growth. So we need to have talent. We need to have enough people. And the title of this workshop is Shakti. You're all Shakti. And if you look at any of these companies here, more than 50% of the companies are women employees. Board members, 50% are women. And now in medicine, if you take at Karolinska Institute, 80% of the students studying medicine are women. You can imagine 10 years from now, the landscape of doctors in the hospital. Okay? So we will not in any way underestimate women, but they are the strength, they are the pillars, and you need to empower them. And if you do that, the creativity and the productivity is phenomenal. So like what Sai Giridhar said, you need to believe in yourself. That's a fundamental value that you need to attain, and you need to have confidence. And with confidence and self-belief, nobody can touch you. You'll all be success stories. So we have such distinguished speakers today. So we listen to them, and I hope all of you will get that confidence that you need in order to be a successful entrepreneurs. So with this, I thank you very much for your attention and thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Sai Ram.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir's topic of growth of startups and incubators from bench to bedside, it is itself a very eye-opening one. Karolinska Institute is indeed very strategically leading the vision in the field of medicine. The knowledge triangle, which is nothing but the interdependence of research, education, and innovation, is itself a creative thought to help the strategies of the institute. Nothing is a failure, just some seeds take longer time to bloom. Once again, I thank Sir for his insightful speech. I think I speak for everyone when I say that the last few speeches have been very engaging and eye-opening. There are many more such talks lined up, but before that, we shall break for tea, and I request everyone to be back by 10:45 a.m. I thank each one of you for your patient listening. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram, offering my most humble pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet. We welcome all of you to the post-tea break session. I hope all of you are feeling refreshed and are excited for the events scheduled for the day. I request all the students to please take their seats. Thank you. I, Divya, on behalf of Department of Management and Commerce, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anandpur campus, welcome you all to the first session of the seminar Confluence of Shakti, Siddhi and Samsiddhi. Stephen Covey, author of one of the popular books 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, has said, and I quote, "In our personal lives, if we do not develop our own self-awareness and become responsible for first creations, we empower people and circumstances to shape our lives by default." Unquote. Throwing light on goals and awareness, today we have a very interesting fusion of speakers from information technology and music background. I consider it my privilege to introduce these extraordinary speakers, Ms. Premamala Ramalingam and Ms. Vidya Shah. Our first speaker, Ms. Premamala Ramalingam, Managing Director at Jove India, completed her bachelor's in computer science from Sita Lakshmi Ramaswamy College and has also received education from the Harvard Business School. Madam has a demonstrated history of working in the information technology and publishing services industry and has held top corporate positions throughout her career. She has formerly been the Chief Operating Officer at Text Tech Incorporation, Director at One Cipher Solutions Vroom Rights, and also the Managing Director at Flatterons Incorporation, where she set up and headed the Indian subsidiary. She is highly skilled in technical publication, people management, outsourcing, and is a strong professional in publishing and business development. We welcome you, ma'am, to this workshop. Our second speaker, Ms. Vidya Shah, an amazing musician and founder director at Bhuma Trust for Knowledge and Culture. She set up Bhuma Trust to connect art and culture to everyday life and people to nurture, preserve, and promote India's rich, tangible cultural heritage. I invite both the speakers to please address the gathering.
Om Shri Sai Ram. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of Bhagwan Baba. My dear students and college faculty members, HODs, and senior faculty members. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me to address the students here. And I hope the session will be useful and interesting. I'll try to make it as interactive as possible, and I would request all the students to kind of engage with me on it. So it's going to be like a half an hour session, not too long, and I hope it's fun for all of you. So it's, you have, at least in the first 1 hour, I have after a long time I'm listening to a lot of management lectures. So what I'm going to say is probably not new. You all have heard it from your faculties or read it in the books like Stephen Covey, which was just mentioned. And I think you have some amazing teachers. I'm sure they've all touched upon it. What I'll try to do is connect some of this with my personal life and share my experiences, which will probably make it more practical, and how to apply these management principles that you have learned over the last couple of years. I think I see MBA graduates first year, second year, plus also BCom students here, right? So you're in several stages of learning, and you'll be continuing to learn and have different ambitions when you finish your course. So I'll try to, map it out so that it makes it more easier. And if you have any questions end of the session, please come and ask me, no issues. It's not working. How do I go? Yeah. So the objectives of the session is to understand, the basis of who you are, And how do you set goals? By understanding you, all right? Without understanding who you are, it's very difficult to set goals. So how do you brand yourself? Okay. So this is a small exercise. Don't take it anything negatively. It's just a small thing. So you see this. What do you think when you see this picture out here? What is it? Heartbeat, right? And where would you see it? In the ECG machine or in the ICU, right? And when it is flat like this, what does it mean? You're dead, right? So this is like, imagine you are at the funeral. You just died, okay? Your heartbeat is no more. It's just imagination. Don't take it anything else. So you're dead, okay? And then there's what happens when you die? The funeral is there, but your atma comes out, okay? So your spirit is out, and then the spirit is come out of the body, and it's hovering around, and it sees, there is people around the dead body, and there's friends, family, first family, friends, and then, at the big funeral, you'll have colleagues, teachers, peers, everyone there. So a small exercise around this. This is not working. So it's called the death exercise. So friends, family, peers, friends, okay? And I like you all to take out your notebooks and then think about what these people will be telling about you. What do you think they'll be saying? So now you're dead and gone. You're not there. What you hear in front of you will be different what you hear behind you. What do you think people will be writing? Just write one particular thing about what your family will be saying. Okay, you're a great daughter. My loving daughter. Oh no, she was very difficult child to handle. I don't know. It could be different things. What your parents would be saying. What your sister's like. Okay, my annoying sister. She was annoying, but I'm going to miss her. Or maybe it's okay. She's not there. I don't know what people will say, right? So friends, family, peers, colleagues, teachers. I know, because peers is all your friends in school, or your seniors or your juniors. And teachers. What do you think they'll tell about yourself? Write a few things, and I'm going to ask you all to share. 2 minutes. Finish? Anyone wants to start? Family?
Sarah ma'am, I'm Pranjali. So for my family members will be saying, we have lost energy of our house.
Friends? Anyone want to say what their friends will be saying?
Sarah ma'am, I am Riya Singh from 2nd MBA. I guess my friends will be saying that whenever I had some issues or something, I used to go to her. Now, who will be my partner in all those things?
Okay, yeah, nice. What about teacher? Anybody wants to share what their teachers would think about them? You can mention a teacher not here if you want to.
So ma'am, my teachers would say that we have lost a maths lover.
Maths lover, okay. Right, so there's different things that people will say, right? So, but you may hear things that wouldn't have been necessarily what you thought you will hear, right? Because everybody has a different image and perception about you versus what you are. It could be positive, it could be negative, and a lot of times it's more positive than you would think, you know. So it's about, you have a lifeline, right? You're all probably 18 to 20 years over here in that age group. So you have, let's say, average lifeline in India is about 75 years. So you have an 18 to 75. You have a long journey to go ahead. So you need to start planning your personal goals. You have towards family and friends is your personal goals. What do you want to do? What do you want to do in your personal life? And then your professional life. Your professional life, you'll probably start at 21, 22, and you will retire by 58 or 60. India is 58, but now you can choose to work further too. That's not a problem. So it's very important to have goals that you set for friends, family, personally, and then with colleagues and supervisors. So personal goals, professional goals, right? So how do you split this and how do you plan this, right? It's very important. For that, first you need to understand the self. So in short, you have to create the brand you as a person. What do you stand for? What behaviors and attributes do you have personally? And are they aligned to your goals? So you set your goals and then you start seeing who you are and what do you display. And see if they are aligned, they are in sync. Do you want to be a leader? Do you want to be, a research person like the Vice Chancellor spoke? Or you want to be a finance person? Or this is in professional I'm talking, not personally. Personally, you could be saying, I want to get married and I want to have children. That's totally fine. Whatever you want to do in life, you need to map it out and then see where your behaviors and attributes are. So, when I graduated, I did computer science. I changed after I finished my graduation degree. I was like, I don't want to I don't want to sit 8 hours behind a computer and code. I love what computers do. And I was like one of the first 3 batches to learn, programming. I did COBOL, Fortran, Pascal, which is not even in use anymore. The only thing I said is like fantastic and phenomenal what computers can do, but I do not want to sit behind it and work. So either I want to be in business development or project management is what I thought. And I finished my degree when I was 20, but then I got married when I was very young. So I didn't get a chance to do an MBA, what you guys have got here. So it's about applying computer science and what I learned in my college, and I moved to business development later on in life. So that's where I started evaluating myself and became very self-aware about what I'm good at, what I want to do, and then plotted my goals. At 2021, you will say, okay, I want a job. I want to be independent. I want to earn money. Then I want to get married. You may have these kind of different plans. So based on that, split them up, see who you are, and then make sure you build a brand. So a little about brand. I'm going to connect it with corporate life. So what's a brand? Okay. I don't know if anybody knows the story about how the brand and where the brand word came from. In olden days, when we were hunter-farmer gatherers, there were tribes, right? And the tribes used to distinguish between themselves by burning a symbol on their shields. So they used to fight with each tribe to say who's more powerful. And they had these marks which they burnt. And the word branding comes from there. It comes from this word brander. It's an Old Norse word, very, very ancient word. To burn. That's what brand means. So to burn the symbol. And then later on in America, the cattle were, they had these marks which were burnt on them. And, the southern cattle were being, transported to the north. And then people would say, okay, this particular farm's cattle is better than the other. They were able to differentiate the quality. And then they started, buying from the farm which had better quality cattle. But the formal branding which you see now, which advertising and advertising companies have, was launched in 1950 by O&M and the founder David Ogilvy. He created the whole concept of brand advertising, where you have a logo created and then you promote it and then you create the logo impression. Yeah. So a quick question: what's the most powerful brand right now? Anybody knows? Like, comes to your mind and it's very powerful, and the brand value of that products are, are the best in the world? Any guesses? Apple, right. Everybody knows. You all have learned in MBA. So Apple's brand value versus second, which is Amazon, is way over, right? So it's $322 billion. Amazon is 200. So Apple, if you look at why do we go for Apple? I mean, I'm like an Apple fan. From the time I switched from Android to Apple was an iPhone 4 about 10 years ago, and then I don't go to any other phone. It's because their quality, their design, and their usability is brilliant, and they're consistent. You buy the next version or the next version because you know the quality. They are known for their quality, right? And you don't mind paying more for it. So this is the perception they have created in a consumer. And you would buy a brand not just because it's money, it's because it's the quality, right? So and Amazon, and I don't know how many of you, Amazon started as a bookseller. They started by discounting books because they managed to close down businesses like Barnes and Noble, and in India also Flipkart started using the same concept of Amazon, and that led to closing of the retail stores like Landmark and Odyssey. Odyssey has fewer stores, but Crosswords pretty much closed down. So this led to changing the whole industry and creating that brand. From books, they have now gone to every area. It's amazing, and they have such a strong presence. You go to Amazon because you want something cheaper. That's the brand and the image, and that's what they've created. And then, of course, everyone knows Microsoft, and Google is search. You now use Google. You want to Google it. You don't even say you want to search for it. You just use it. It's become a verb. And then the first four are American companies. Then it's Korean. Coca-Cola again American. Toyota's Japanese. So it's, what do the Americans do well? Yeah, in brand, they communicate very well. They build a brand and they communicate very well. Those are very important things you must remember. So there is brand value, and then there is actual profitability. Apple's profitability is 57 billion. This is like the EBITDA. The finance guys would have learned the EBITDA net profit is 57 billion. But the year-on-year brand value keeps increasing, and that's 322. It's way more than what the actual value is. And as people, I mean, right now you are students. You have learned a lot of things, so you have garnered and harnessed a lot of knowledge. But then the perception and the brand, you have to focus and build it. When you get into organizations, when you get into companies, or when you get into institutions, and when you start working, you need to focus on that and build it. The next is people as brands. You have products as brands, and then you have people. So here are some people. I think everybody knows everyone. This is probably Steve Jobs. Everyone knows here. So, okay, good. So all these people have also brand value. They endorse and they get brand value as celebrities. So it's not just products where you can build a brand, it's people. So they are known in the world, and even when they are dead and gone, they are known in the world for what they built. And that's the brand image they worked on, and they publicized, they talked about it, they were there in the newspapers, they were there on the television, and they communicated a lot about themselves and their cause. Yeah, you have Mahatma Gandhi and Mother Teresa. It's all non-profit, and they worked for the betterment of the community. And Charlie Chaplin is an entertainer, right? So he's an actor. And Steve Jobs, Apple, he built the product, which is very world famous. And what he did is build the organization, and they continue to do the same level of products, the same quality. It's not changed over the years. That's what is nice about Apple. Okay, so a small exercise to talk about branding and what brand recall. So toothpaste, right? Everybody uses toothpaste. I want you guys to just answer, no need to write and all. What's the most famous toothpaste brand that comes to your mind? Colgate, right? Brand very strong. Next, Pepsodent. Huh? Sensodyne, Dabur, right? 5 or 6 names, that's it, right? We remember only 5 or 6 names. How many brands do you think are there? How many toothpaste brands are there? Companies, products are there? More than 100, 50. There's 170 companies that manufacture toothpaste, but we remember only top 5. Why? It's that brand image and the perception they have built in the market. Yeah? So products are made in factory, but brands are created in the mind. This is said by Walter Lander, who's a famous poet and author in the 1700s. So this is very important, and this is what you'll have to take back. What you are is what you have learned and gather the knowledge. But how you display it to the world and how you communicate and how you build the brand of you is very key, very important for you. Again, I'll connect some with corporate and with personal. So what do good brands have? What's the main thing? What do you think is the most important brands need to have? Their core strength. If you're a toothpaste maker, when I use Colgate, I'm sure my teeth are going to get cleaned. That's the core strength. The product has to have the core strength. So I buy an Apple phone, I know it's going to work. It's not going to, I can use it for 3 years. I can always make a call. I can do my email. I can do whatever I want with it, right? So that core strength is very important. So what is your core strength as students? Your core strength is your knowledge, what you have learned, right? So you need, like I think the registrar mentioned here, Saigir, that he said about the depth of learning and how you need to go deep inside and learn. So that is what you have been doing over the years. And as you build your knowledge in finance or marketing or HR, any of the subjects, that will take you long ways. So the core strength, then you communicate. Then the brands, how do they communicate? They communicate through advertisements, right? So they communicate. And then there is perceived quality, the image that is built, what is perceived in the market, what do consumers think about it? That's also very important. But to all this, they have to be consistent. You have to do it day in, day out. Like, you come to school, you come to your class on time, then the teacher knows you are a disciplined child. But you need to keep coming every hour, every day, and do it regularly, right? So you can't slip on it. So that's consistency, doing it day in, day out. Getting good marks. Getting good marks means you're studying, you've absorbed the knowledge, and then you answer well in your test papers, and then automatically it comes through. So that consistency is also very important. So what is a personal brand? What do people think of you, right? So like we did the death exercise. You all said only the nice things. I'm sure there are other things that people think, but they will not vocalize. But they may vocalize after you're dead and gone. And then what you stand for, what do you want to stand for in each one? And there's nothing, no right or wrong. You can choose to do what you want. You may not want to be a leader. You may not. What does success mean to you is very individual to you. But just make sure whatever you write down as goal, you keep looking at it and seeing whether your behavior is matching it. You can say you want to aim for the sky. I want to become the Prime Minister of India. Not a bad goal to have. But then have you joined a political group? Are you doing work? Are the people in your area recognizing you? And then you build your career plan over 20, 25 years. Like Narendra Modi came from being a tea seller, right? So it doesn't matter as long as you have that goal and you work towards that goal. So that, and perception to opportunity. So I'll give you a small story about myself. So once I said, okay, I want to be in business development, I was like, I want to go to the US and sell. That was some crazy goal I set in myself and started looking for a job. I was doing business development for an IT company in Chennai, and I was looking for opportunities. And then I met my friend introduced me to her family, who they are looking for somebody to go and set up an operation in the US in the space of publishing services, which is using IT, but it's a service. So it's completely new area for me. I had no clue about it. So they said they will train me on the business, and then all I had to do is go and convince publishers to send the work to India. This was in 2002. So I took it up. They felt I can do it. I took up the challenge. I went there, set up the operations, and we built the relationships with companies like Pearson, Taylor & Francis, McGraw-Hill, and Elsevier. which is one of the leading medical publishers. And we started sending the work to a company in Pondicherry, telling them we can help you make the books. So all the services they were outsourcing in the US started coming to India. So it's about this perception. They were perceived that I could do it, and then I had the confidence I can go and make it happen. So I spent a couple of years in the US. I came back, and I was going back and forth between India and the US. And in 2004, when I came back on one of my trips, one of my dad's friend said, hey, this company is a startup. They're looking at setting up an operation, and they're looking for a COO. And why don't you go interview with them? I said, no, I don't know how to be a COO. I only know how to do business development and sales. I don't know how to run a company. I said, no, go interview. They're looking for someone. So in 2004, I met these people, and they were like, we are going to set up this company, but we don't have anybody who knows the business, who knows who the customers are and what the services are. Since you know this, why don't you join us? And they offered me a role and a fantastic salary, which I never dreamt at that time that I can earn. It was the perceived image that I had created in the market, that people had heard of me, and the opportunities presented. Then it was scary. Okay, I have to go and set up a team. It was very scary for me at that time. But the belief and the learning, I learned a lot from my CEO at that time. He taught me how to hire people, how to build teams, and how to run, do a P&L. I'm not a finance person. What is EBITDA? How do you do all this? And now I manage a team of 300 people. I work with US, and I do it all on my own. It's about how you take this perceived image into opportunity, take hold of it, harness it, and make it happen. So these are things that you as students will get out there in the world. But that perceived image and that brand you need to build it. And you have to do it. And there is no stopping you. There's no stopping you. Today's world, for what I had when I graduated in 1990 versus now, what's available for women, it's amazing. It's like, I wish I was born 30 years later. That's how I feel. The world is wide open for all of you. There's like amazing opportunities. So this, I think I already covered this. The core strength is managing self, knowing this is something you can control. It's totally in your control. So you manage yourself, exhibit those behaviors that match your goals, communicate effectively, keep seeking feedback. When you join a company, you'll be one amongst 100 people they hire, let's say, in a big organization, or 1,000 people they hire. So when you join, you're learning a lot of things. Work closely with your manager, your team leader, your mentor. Keep asking feedback. And then whenever there's an opportunity, go present what you have learned. Go present what you do, and share what you have learned. That's communication. So if you are more visible, not everybody will get promoted in 2 years, right? From when you join an organization, only the ones who are visible, who display, and who keep talking to people will get those opportunities. Then once you can manage expectations only when you find out what expectations are. When you join an organization, they'll give you a roles and responsibility. It's called an R&R. That will list the tasks you're expected to do. If you are a finance person, you'll be expected to do, the entries in a balance sheet, pass vouchers, balance credit versus debit, maybe get to, generating the P&L end of the month or something like that. But those are all tasks. There are a lot of unsaid rules in an organization. How do you, and these again, you can relate it back to what Swami's teachings are on Sathya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema. It's about how you are disciplined, your dharma, and you do your duty, and then you are humble enough, you make friends, you're willing to learn, you're willing to seek feedback, and you also share whatever you learned with your friends. Help them also grow. Because an organization is not successful just because of one person. It's the team. The whole system, the ecosystem has to work well. And, be like learn everything and then help people to also be strong around you. That will make your team successful. And when the team is successful, you will get recognized automatically. So that's managing expectations, and then effectiveness. Be consistent in whatever you do. So I'll always say, okay, today I'm going to go jogging. This my New Year resolution, I'm going to lose so much kilos of weight, and here's my exercise. I will do it for 2-3 days, and then the 4th day I was like, okay, I've done 3 days this week, now I'm going to take a break today. It doesn't work, right? Over the years, I've been going through this struggle. This is one area which I really have a tough time. So each time I will make myself and I will do it. So it's a lot of things. So breaking bad habits, changing is tough for everyone at any age. So we really have to work on ourselves and then make sure we are consistent with those goals that we have. A small thing on conditioning, when we are born in this world, we are all conditioned. We are taught how to eat, how to walk, what to speak. Everything is fed into our brains. We just follow what people tell us. Then you go to school, we are said, listen to the teacher, do it. And we keep doing it day in, day out. That's it. It's all conditioning. So very small exercise on that. So I'm going to say a word and then all of you just repeat it loudly. Silk. 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 Cow drink. No. What do they drink? No. Do cows drink milk? So the word silk, the last 3 alphabets, you were conditioned to answer. Incorrect answer. That's what conditioning is about. You have been conditioned in school, you've been conditioned in college, but develop your own thinking. Start analyzing what you've learned and then do it over the years. Yeah, so the silk. So that's all I want to wish you all. Let's get started on a wonderful journey which you have ahead of yourselves, and I'm sure you'll all do wonders in your work and personal life. So wish you all the best. Sai Ram. One second, I forget to connect my session. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you know when I want it. Thank you. Om Sai Ram. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of Baba. Good morning. It's already been such an intense and exciting morning that I'm actually feeling nervous about what am I going to say now. But I have to begin by saying that I am completely from another world. For the longest time, I have 2 children, and when you send your children to school, you also go for parent-teacher meetings, right? And especially in the initial orientations, there was always like, okay, please, parents, can you introduce yourselves? And there were always like heavy-duty people like you all are going to become, like, I'm with the HDFC, or I'm with Cognizant, or I'm a doctor. And I would say, well, I'm a singer. And people would look at me like, they would smile at me and say, how nice. Oh, wow. That's great. And for the longest time, they would also ask me, so that's a lovely hobby, but what do you do? And initially it was like, my children would look at me like, couldn't you have got a proper job, But I think slowly, I have also internalized the importance of the work that I do. A lot of what has been said here since the morning in the context of management, in the context of business development, in the context of how business and the self really intersect at so many points. I feel that a lot of it really holds true for the work that I do as well. Yeah, I may be wary of using words like business, profit, for example, in the world that I live in the world that I practice, in the world that is my philosophy. That is one of the things that I would like to share with you here, from a personal space, but also from the point of view of how music and broadly the world of culture has such a critical role to play in all that is being discussed here under the umbrella of management. So I thank you all for inviting me here to share with you some of these experiences from the extracurricular domain, from a domain that is typically seen as the not-for-profit domain, as a domain that is usually written off as either spiritual or entertainment from two ends of the spectrum. But believe me that it has a lot more to offer to us as people, to us as communities, and to us as an entire world. My own journey started, I come from a Tamil family, and as is pretty typical of Tamil families, I was also thrown into learning Carnatic music. For many years, I had one Patavadar who used to come and who I used to intensely dislike, because he would come at 5 in the evening. I was like, oh my God, now I want to go and play, and this man will come and now do Sarigama Padanisa 20 times with me. And I don't want to do this. However, I quote unquote suffered it for many years. Then, my mother is a Veena player, my older sister is a Carnatic musician, so a lot of pressure also, oh my God, we have so much culture going on all around us. My father was an economist, but he was a singer. So just to give you the atmosphere at home was also MS Subbalakshmi, ML Vasant Kumari, but also Kishore Kumar, Talat Mahmood, Mehdi Hassan, Runa Leila. Everything was going into our ears while we were pursuing formal education. Yeah, my sister also pursued economics in college. And I, on the other hand, decided to pursue the world of development. So formally, my training was in social work, and then I went on to study, I did research methodology in development from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. I did all of those things. And through all of this, music remained somewhere in the background. It was always there. I was learning, and, Patavadiyar kept coming. And then at some point, I took a break. When I was 19 and when I was in the middle of college, I said, I don't want to learn music. And of course, my parents were completely devastated. And they said, but what is wrong with you? Why are you sort of going astray like this? Not learning music. What are you doing? Namma veetla part romba important. So I said, Namma veetla part important. Music is very important at home. But there's been so much talk about understanding your own goals, how you perceive what your goals are, how you define your goals. I wanted to know whether that is my goal. I wanted to know whether music was being foisted on me, imposed on me, whether it was really my calling, whether it is really what my heart wanted me to do, whether that is what I was beckoned to pursue in my life. So I took 5 years off from formal training. And when I took those 5 years off, I pursued my formal education and development. I worked in a village in Madhya Pradesh for a good 2 years, which was actually a very, very, it was physically a very difficult experience for me, without a doubt. But intellectually and emotionally, that is something that I will not trade for anything else in my life. The experience that I gained in being with people and in understanding life at such close quarters. Yeah. So this was sort of this funny trajectory that my life took. I came back to Delhi in the mid-90s, started working in the development sector. I was consulting for various UN organizations. Life was good, was making a lot of money. But emotionally, I was at unrest. Something was not adding up. And I realized that my music was calling me back. Yeah? And in the process, I met a lot of musicians. I used to go for concerts, meet with musicians, and I landed meeting a wonderful Hindustani vocalist. Her name is Shubha Mudgal. And I found the quality of her voice really touched my heart. You're all young faces here, and I have to tell you that in whatever it is you do, don't leave your heart outside of it. Yeah? You may be working for a company, busy making money for them. You may be doing a startup, busy making money for yourself. Do not leave your heart out of what you're doing. So when I heard Shubhaji's music, the voice, whatever it is that she was singing a Kabir bhajan actually. Suddenly it was like an arrow that darted into my heart and it said, wake up. Yeah. So that's how I came into learning Hindustani classical music. Now, I had already hit 30. People are becoming vice presidents of companies when they become 30. And here I am, okay, 5 years into Hindustani music, okay, what should I do with my life, you know? So it was a very odd phase. I was married and I was continuing to do consulting because we all need to earn money. Livelihood is a concern. So one fine day, literally, I got up in the morning and I told my husband, I want to do music full time. So he looked at me and he said, sure, I was waiting for you to say this. So I said, that means I'm not going to make money. That means you're going to earn and you're going to sort of provide for whatever, you know. So he said one thing to me, and I think I'm very grateful for the fact that we had this conversation, which is that he said, if you want to do something at some point, if you feel that calling, you must do it. Why? Because otherwise life will be a series of regrets, right? So you don't want to make that of your life. So at any point of time in life, if risk is your calling, take it. Yeah? Don't play it safe always. That's my mantra in life. That was 20 years ago. And I have zero regrets. I may not have made the kind of money that I would have if I had continued in the work that I was pursuing. And I know that, you know, at the end of the day, I've mentioned the M word so many times. But it's true that we are preoccupied with this. Hey, if I don't have a job, what will I do? Hey, if I don't have regular income, what will I do? Hey, if I don't have a career by the time I'm 30, what will I do? Life will still go on as long as you're happy and you're honest and you're ethically going back to your bed every night without guilt. Right? Now, when I got into the world of music, I realized that all that I had done in my previous avatar in the development sector really kept coming back to me in one way or the other. Working with people, you know, talking to them, learning about their stories, understanding the songs they were singing. So when I worked in MP, for example, they would keep singing while they were grinding grain, right? Or if they were walking to the, you know, collector's office, which was 5 kilometers away in scorching heat, they would be humming a folk song, you know. So I realized that music is so integral to our life, and we separate it and put it as, you know, okay, music, dance, banking, IT, everything becomes separate in the way we live, yeah? What we need to understand is culture is a melting pot that weaves through all of this. So when I say culture, my idea of culture is music. For somebody, it could be just sewing buttons on somebody's shirt. For somebody, it could be just doing gardening at home. For somebody, it could be actually saying, I will not buy, dosa batter from the shop, I will make it at home. Right? For somebody, it could be, I will only wear cotton. Why? Because I want to understand how weaving happens. I want to understand what are the different kinds of looms in this country. Yeah, is handloom better than pitloom? Should I wear a synthetic sari or should I only wear cotton? What happens when I wear a silk sari to the silkworm? Right? So what I'm trying to say here is life is about intersections. It's not about one thing or the other. Yeah? So every action that you take or decide to take or work towards has a lot of other paraphernalia around it, context around it. Don't take that context away from what you want to do. Why? Because that will make your life richer. And at the end of the day, you want to lead a rich life. When I say rich life, I mean an intellectually, emotionally, socially, culturally, and monetarily rich life. Right? Now, one of the things about culture, I've told you how I was written off as Miss Extracurricular for the longest time, right? One of the things about culture, in today's global scenario, for example, I'm not an academic, I'm not a political scientist, I'm not at all an economist. I wish I could say I love maths like the lady there did. But I can tell you one thing, that the way in which culture has, inroded into countries, not just societies. So, for example, soft power. Yeah, we're talking about Shakti today. Soft power is way more considered today than hard power. What is hard power? Hard power is when you're controlling another country, say through military, through war, right? Through drone strikes, all of that. Violence, essentially. What is soft power? Soft power is the ability to control nations by convincing them through cultural values, by using culture. So yes, Prem just spoke about brands. What is a mobile phone? A mobile phone is this really important gadget that has taken over our lives. But Apple, the brand, the way, okay, forget about phones. Burgers. When you say food, when you refer to food, when you say burgers, the first thing that comes to mind is McDonald's, right? Why? Soft power. All that is soft power. The United States, for example, there are many other countries, the way it has been able to culturally inroad your lives is about how you revisit your traditions, your cultures from their lens. Right? So culture becomes a very, very crucial tool in how societies interact with each other now. So my request to you all as future business leaders would be that do not soft pedal it, therefore. Yeah, do not make it like, okay, ek Bollywood ka gana at the end of a performance, at the end of a seminar. Culture cannot be only that. It has a much more insidious role to play in our lives. Having said that, Shakti, ma'am, in your beautiful presentation, you said very broadly, sometimes there are no appropriate English words to describe, these beautiful Sanskrit expressions. Shakti, you said, is power, right? But defining Shakti, say for example, in our context, to me, one of the most beautiful things about the word Shakti is that it brings with it a Strimayata, right? It brings with it a gendered connotation. You may say Shakti is power and Shaktiman is something else, but Shakti itself brings with it a gendered idea. Yeah? Now, how does this translate into the world of music? I'm not talking only about, say, reference to Shakti in scripts or scriptures or Vedas or whatever. I'm talking about real time. I'm talking about women in music. So what I did was, a lot of my work in my pre-musician professional life was advocacy, getting groups together, looking at land, forest, environment, water, so on and so forth. How do I bring that into the work that I do? Through all of that work, the one common theme that I had was women, was gender. So I brought the idea of gender into understanding my own music. I am a woman, I am a performer, but 300 years ago or even 200 years ago, it was not easy for women to sit on stage and start singing whatever it is that they wanted to. The women who were doing this were were considered in a certain, in a discriminatory way, let's say. Yeah, they were already branded. Yeah, they were already stigmatized. They were entertainers. They were not artists. Yeah, the moment you move your craft into the entertainment space, it brings with it a certain cultural, social, and political identity. Yeah, so 200 years ago, the women who actually contributed to setting up this world that we celebrate today as Indian music were these women from these considered backgrounds. Now, I don't want to give a lecture in sociology here. That's not my intention here. But what I'm trying to say here is that identity, branding, politics, all that is very closely linked. These women who kept dancing and singing for their patrons to entertain them were also inadvertently contributing to the building of what we are so proud of today as the intangible Indian heritage. Right? So I decided through my own project, I actually set up a project where I said, okay, I'm going to tell the stories of these women. Yeah? And the project was called Women on Record. Why? Women who sang on the gramophone records. Yeah, because this was late 19th, early 20th century. But there was also a pun. Do you all know what a pun is? Are you getting bored? Oh, just checking. You all know what a pun is? A pun is an idea that can have two meanings. Like you can play with it in two ways, right? So women on record, women who sang on the gramophone record, but also women of whom we have no record. Although they made these contributions, we said, okay, fine. One line in social history of Indian music, there were many women who sang, whatever. Can you give us one name, please? Oh, sorry, we don't remember. Sorry. No. But they must have done something in... Yeah, it's okay. They were those women, no, it's okay. They'd always remember those women. But it's not that these women didn't have their struggles. It's not that they, for example, a lot of them could not lead what we call mainstream normative lives. Yeah? So they would keep performing and, some of them even had children, but they never had what we are so sort of, righteous about, normal lives. Most of them didn't. Yeah? So should we judge them? Should we say they were bad people? Should we say that those women, still, whatever, they might have sung very nice, dancing, very good, but still, those women. The fact is that they contributed to the history of Indian music. So the Women on Record project acknowledges their contribution to the making of Indian music through various traditions. And the only source that I could find, historical sources, when you're trying to put a project together, you're looking for historical. The only source that I could find is what is called discography. So you have lists, when recordings were done, you have lists of, she sang this song, she sang this song, record number this, year number this, that's all. We don't know who they were, where they came from, what was their background. I'll tell you one story of one of these women that I researched. Her name was Indubala. Okay, and she came from Kolkata. Have you all heard this song, Mohe Pan Ghat Pe Nandlal? Oh, very few people are saying yes. So, Mohe Pan Ghat Pe Nandlal Chhed liyo re Mohe Pan Ghat Pe. That's how it goes, right? So it's a beautiful sequence in this film called Mughal-e Azam where Madhubala, oh my God, what a beautiful woman does this sequence. This song was originally sung by Indubala. She recorded it and subsequently it was adapted into the film. Now nobody knows who Indubala was, right? Indubala was born to a circus artist. Her mother was doing trapeze in a circus. You know the trapeze in a circus? You all are like post-circus generation, so I don't know, I have to ask you all this. Where you hold on to this thing and you're swinging across, and you must have seen it in that... Circus du Soleil, exactly. Or Hrithik Roshan did it in some recent film, I know that. Dhoom, correct. See, there we go. So, Indubala's mother was doing that. And her father was also in the circus. So, once when she was actually born in a place called Jalandhar in Patna because the circus troupe had gone there. So, she ran away from the circus and she said, no, I want to be a singer. And she produces this beautiful music on a record. So those are the kind of stories that we want to tell people because culture is so important to us, right? If culture is important to us, then we should acknowledge the contributions of people who made it so special for us. And in that regard, again, I want to say that Bollywood is massive soft power, but we have so much more to offer to the world that I would again urge you not to lose sight of that. Okay, now, fine, all very funny, like very nice talk, music important, culture important, fine. Well, okay, what the hell are you doing about it, right? You're a musician, okay, what did you do? We also tried to create a brand. I can't say that we were a profit-making brand or anything, But the point I'm trying to make is that as educated artists or as educated performers, what was my learning? I never went to a school to learn music, right? I told you my Patavadyar situation. He came home, I learned. And I studied whatever it is that I studied. Most musicians don't have that kind of formal education, right? They don't even manage to get to. My sarangi player, for example, said, Didi, main to 10वीं में ही, you all know Hindi, right? दीदी मैंने तो 10वीं में ही स्कूल छोड़ दिया. So I said, क्यों छोड़ दिया? नहीं, वो एक कॉन्सर्ट टूर मिल रहा था तो पापा ने बोला कि सारंगी बजाना है कि पढ़ाई करना है. तो मुझे पता था कि पढ़ाई करके तो मैं कमा नहीं पाऊंगा, इसलिए मैं छोड़ दिया पढ़ाई में, तो सारंगी बजाने चला गया. Now, earlier when we had to fill out these forms, when you travel abroad, there are those very copious emigration forms. So I would have to sit and fill it out for most of my musicians because they didn't know how to do it. Okay, so that is the state pretty much of. Now, in that situation, how am I going to do branding, marketing, business development of a community which is anyway sinking on all these skills, right? So we tried to make it a little interesting, slick, and present it to audiences across the world in a way that it would take the message of Indian culture across. Now, my thing is, ladies, that this is also our business, right? Business is not just about working for a company and selling stuff, right? Business is also about effective communication. It's also about emotional connect. All of those things have been said, right? I'm just trying to say that it can play out in different ways. It does not have to be in conventional, mainstream job, business, startup situations. Yeah? I'm going to play you a 2-minute video and I'll also sing you a little song with it. Now, we incorporated this song into this video that we created, which I do in performance. You have to promise me that you won't laugh at me because it is not classical music by any stretch. It has nothing to do with classical at all. It is barely folk. But I found this song when I started doing my research on the gramophone. How much time do I have? When I started doing, no, I'm sure it matters. When I started doing my research on the gramophones, what I was trying to do was looking at the making of the music market in India. Right? That's what my project became. How did the market come into India in early 20th century? So today, if you're talking Apple and if you're talking, iTunes, it started somewhere, right? In India, it started in early 20th century with this machine that is called the gramophone. So today, you can get any music on Spotify, whatever it is, the hell that you talk about. But there was a time when people were recording 3 minutes on these records. And that's all they could hear. But to manage with that, there was no internet, there was no WhatsApp, there was none of this. But you still have some of the, you still listen to Mohe Pan Ghat Pe, right? And it comes from the 1930s when Indubala recorded it first. Yeah? So what I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make is that there are trajectories, there are processes, there are ways in which even the market develops. And sometimes it's just useful to look at the histories of where it all began, right? It'll help you probably understand where we are going as well. So anyway, coming back to not laughing at me, I'm going to sing this song to you. And the worst excuse a singer can give is mera gala kharab hai. But mera gala waqai kharab hai. I have a very bad cold. And however, I will sing in whatever tuta puta way, as they say. And like I said, it's so we are also clever. We know how to use technology, app. So what you will see here is a series of advertisements. You all are very familiar with advertising and, yeah? Yeah, play. There's no music in it. So these are advertisements that appeared in the newspaper in the early 20th century. Yeah? So you will see what all it says about the... So I'm trying to say that we all feel we are very cool and we are so like we've evolved, and I'm sorry, this has been happening for 100 years.
Yeah. Okay, the song came out of a conversation that I had from someone who was collecting these records in a place called Lucknow in North India. Okay? And it goes somewhat like this. Please do keep looking at the images, huh? पहने कुर्ता पर पतलून आधा फागुन आधा जून आई नीड ताल पहने कुर्ता पर पतलून आधा फागुन आधा जून बाबा पूर्वी धुन में गाए बाबा पूर्वी धुन में गाए बेटा फिल्मी गीत सुनाए अम्मा खाए आलू भून घर में बाजे ग्रामोफोन अम्मा खाए आलू भून घर में बाजे ग्रामोफोन पहने कुर्ता पर पतलून आधा फागुन आधा जून बाबा पूर्वी धुन में गाए बाबा पूर्वी धुन में गाए बेटा फिल्मी गीत सुनाए अम्मा खाए आलू भून घर में बाजे ग्रामोफोन अम्मा खाए आलू भून घर में बाजे ग्रामोफोन Nothing classical about it? So, yes, there were a lot of these kinds of things that were happening. Some fun things also. Can I ask you a riddle? It's a gramophone riddle. Okay? And it's in Hindi. I'm from Delhi, so I'm going to do Hindi a little bit. So, when the gramophone came into the lives of people, they were like, wow, ye kya chamatkar hai, sala machine mein se गाना बज रहा है. I mean, think about it. उससे पहले मेरे जैसे कोई बैठ के ऐसे कुछ गाया करती थी. Suddenly एक मशीन के अंदर से गाना कोई शक्ल ही नहीं दिख रहा है किसी का और गाना आ रहा है. So there was an element of great like, oh my God, this is so. You know, they would advertise this. For example, came I think in the Vigadan or something. This ad, you know, it's fully in Tamil if you see. So people started having fun with it. So there were jokes, there were riddles. Yeah. So one of the riddles that came my way I wanted to share with you is roti, or no roti, right? Roti एक लगाती चक्कर, हाँ, उस पर रखा भाला. रोटी एक लगाती चक्कर, उस पर रखा भाला, झूम झूम डायन सुर में गाती. रोटी का है मुंह काला, बताओ क्या. आप सबके लिए तालियां. Right, so the whole project is also about, इसको जरा सा बंद कर देंगे, that light is coming my face. So the whole project is about mainstreaming these voices, and these are also the, hello, since it's an all women's college, you have to, sorry, the two of you have to mind this women celebration. You know that women, you know, can you think of a world without Bollywood music? The answer is a clear no, right? But how did playback singing start? It started in the 1930s. Again, it was the women who started playback singing in film music. Among the first film music directors, there was a woman called Saraswati Devi who came from Maharashtra. Her name was actually, she was Parsi, so she was a fatterfaker, but she became rechristened. It's a very common thing to change names in the film industry. I don't know if you know this. Akshay Kumar, for example, was something else, Rajiv something. So she became Saraswati Devi, and it is she who brought playback singing to Indian cinema for the first time. And do you know that most film songs that you listen to will not extend the time frame of, say, 4.5 minutes. This also came from the time of the records. It became a thing. Consistency. It became a thing in people's minds. Ki isse lamba hum nahi sun sakte. Right? So initially, when they did not have all these fancy multi-track recordings, and some of you who may go into the entertainment industry, please remember these things that we are sharing with you today. So initially, when there was no like multi-track and mixing and mastering and all the fancy things that we get to do in today's world, women would then think of how to modulate the track in a way that it had enough fun things in it. Yeah? So one song that Saraswati Devi, for example, composed herself, it was in the year 1935 this film was made. Just because I know all this stuff, I'm not that old. Just saying. It was in the year 1935 that this film was made. And, sorry, I have to tell you the name of the film. It was called Jawani Ki Hawa. And she sings this song herself. And her sister is acting on screen. So I'm just saying that, it was such a limited time and still they were making the best of it, right? So the song was like this. कित गए हो खेवनहार नैया डूबती नैया डूबती कित गए हो खेवनहार. Then there's a pause. Then it goes, बिछड़ गए मोरे संग संगाती बिछड़ गए मोरे संग संगाती नाव खेवैया जीवन साथी. Pause. मोहे कौन लगावे पार नैया डूबती. So trying to innovate within limitation, right? So that's the thing. I mean, once you have resources, then it's a minefield. But when you have limited resources, you still make things work, right? So anyway, the Women on Record project goes through many such journeys. Who were these women? How was the market falling into place? What are the different languages in which they sang? And it also became a place for women to assert their identity. Yeah? Because I think for most of us who are interested in the gender question, identity is a big thing. Space is a big thing. In today's world, we talk about space and agency and pleasure. But these were actually lived experiences, right? Now we articulate it differently, but those were lived experiences, right? So for example, one of the first ladies of, this is a name that at least some of the faculty I would imagine would know. One of the first ladies who recorded on the gramophone was called Gauhar Jan, right? Gauhar Jan used to announce at the end of her recording, she used to say, my name is Gauhar Jan Champion, And the idea of announcing was because it was some British recording engineer who didn't know what the hell this music was. Like, what the hell is he going to know about Kit Gaye O Kevanar or whatever it is? So, just to play it safe, to make sure that they have the name of the artist, they would get the artist to announce the name. But they used it in different ways. Even that space they used to assert their identities. Right? So, the intersections of gender, of technology, of performance, all come together in the making of the music market. Yeah? And that is also the beginning of entertainment industry in India. Yeah? And in today's world, the one thing that is celebrated world over is the entertainment industry when it comes to Indian culture. Right? I mean, the kind of respect that Rajnikant commands in Japan, my God, even probably their political leaders don't, So today's world of entertainment was, the way for it was paved by these very women. So since I'm seeing so many young, bright faces, I will urge you to incorporate this beautiful world in your realms of work, in whatever ways that might be. Yeah? And I wish you all the best. And again, I'm very, very grateful to be here. I'd like to end this session with you all joining me in a bhajan that, if it's okay with you, I'd like to lead. I was a Bal Vikas student. That's how Prem and I are so close to each other still. And for many years, we used to, for us, it was just an opportunity to do badmashi on the way to class. And we had, I think, one of the most fortunate things that could have happened to Prema, me, and some of our other group members was the guru that we had, Mrs. Nimi Kavar, who's unfortunately not with us anymore, but the way she handled us and the way she sort of ingrained those values in such a seamless, non-didactic way that I'm truly, truly grateful to her. And And so as my respects to her and to this space, I would like to end this session with a bhajan. Yeah. So I've been told by the young ladies who are going to accompany me that slow speed twice one line, double speed once. So please, if I make a mistake on that, forgive me. Because my voice is really like. Oh, nice. Just one thing that I forgot to mention to you, that the project, one of the things that all artists would want is that whatever work you do, is able to reach as diverse audiences as possible. So a couple of years ago, we were invited to the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. to present this work as part of a festival called Maximum India. So don't ever lose sight of what possibilities might be in store for you. Yeah? Don't hold yourselves back. One lower, I think. Oh, wait 1 second. Sorry. That's what I was wondering, why it's so high. You want B, ma'am? No, she's fine. मानस भजरे गुरुचरणं, मानस भजरे गुरुचरणं, दुस्तर भवसागर तरणं, मानस भजरे गुरुचरणं, दुस्तर भवसागर चरणं, मानस भजरे गुरुचरणं, दुस्तर भवसागर तरणं। गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय, साईनाथ सद्गुरु जय जय। गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय, साईनाथ सद्गुरु जय जय। गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय, साईनाथ सद्गुरु जय जय। गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय, साईनाथ सद्गुरु जय जय। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, शिवाय नमः। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, शिवाय नमः। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, शिवाय नमः। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, शिवाय नमः। अरुणाचल शिव, अरुणाचल शिव, अरुणाचल शिव, अरुण शिवो। अरुणाचल शिव, अरुणाचल शिव, अरुणाचल शिव, अरुण शिवो। ओंकारं भव, ओंकारं भव, ओंकारं भव, ओम नमो बाबा। ओंकारं भव, ओंकारं भव, ओंकारं भव, ओम नमो बाबा। ओम नमो बाबा, ओम नमो बाबा। मानस भजरे गुरुचरणं, दुस्तर दुस्तर भवसागर तरणम्
मानस भजरे गुरुचरणं दुस्तर भवसागर तरणम्
हाँ गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय साईनाथ सद्गुरु जय जय
गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय साईनाथ सद्गुरु जय जय
ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः ओम
नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमो
अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवोम
अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवो
ओंकारं भव ओंकारं भव ओंकारं भव ओम नमो बाबा
ओंकारं भव ओंकारं भव ओंकारं भव ओम नमो बाबा
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 मानस भजरे गुरु चरणं दुस्तर भव सागर तरणम् Om Sai Ram and thank you so much.
I would like to thank both the speakers, Ms. Premamala Ramalingam and Ms. Vidya Shah, for those two very insightful talks. Ms. Premamala Ramalingam provided us with ample food for thought. She went right back to the basics and spoke about the essential elements of a brand and people as brands. She spoke about how brand building necessarily entails turning perception into opportunities. Her talk was interspersed with fun activities, and she beautifully drew a parallel between product brands and people as brands by analyzing its core elements. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Vidya Shah's talk was fresh and honest, and a delight for music lovers like myself. Ms. Shah not only got her feet tapping, but also her brains working, as she spoke on the importance of following our heart and doing whatever we undertake with zest, passion, and absolutely zero regrets. She also spoke about how culture is a melting point, the undercurrent for whatever we do. It was truly enlightening and entertaining. I now request Dr. K. Sai Manohar, Head, Department of Management and Commerce, to felicitate Ms. Premamala Ramalingam and Ms. Vidya Shah. Now for our next speaker, we have with us Ms. Sosmita Sheshadri. Ms. Seshadri has been actively working in the field of digital transformation for over 20 years. A professional with experience in several domains, she has played an active role in the design and implementation of excellence frameworks and has also facilitated various organization-wide change management efforts. She is a certified Scrum Master, CMMI Assessment Team member, and a Six Sigma Black Belt. Ms. Seshadri currently serves as the Director of Delivery Excellence at Cognizant, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. It is my great pleasure to welcome Ms. Sosmita Seshadri to address us all today. She will be talking to us on the topic, Brand You, Developing Your Brand Image for a Successful Career. Ms. Sosmita Seshadri, please.
Management. Yeah. Yeah. But I am the one who got more inspired till now. So I think after these power-packed and versatile sessions, it's going to be tough for me to keep you all engaged, but I'll try my best. So I plan to start the session with a small video and a story, and then we'll take it from there.
ถ้าพูดถึงทีมฟุตบอลของเราคงต้องย้อนกลับไปที่วันแรกที่นี่ชาวบ้านชอบดูฟุตบอลกันมากแต่ไม่มีใครเคยเล่นหรอกก็อย่างที่เห็นเรากินนอนอยู่บนน้ำมาแต่ไหนแต่ไรแล้วเพราะที่นี่ไม่มีพื้นดินสักนิดกีฬาอย่างเดียวที่เล่นกันได้คือแข่งเรือไม่ก็โม้กันเรื่องปลาที่จับได้วันนั้นแหละความคิดเล็กๆก็เกิดขึ้นพวกเราคิดตั้งทีมฟุตบอลขึ้นมาแต่ชาวบ้านก็คิดว่าพวกเราบ้าเด็กพวกนี้ส่งเสียงอะไรกันปาเปิ้ลทีมหมดแล้วเราตั้งทีมบอลเราจะเป็นแชมป์โลกมีแต่ทะเลเป็นพี่กับทีมตกหมึกอย่างที่แกพูดพวกเราไม่มีแม้แต่ที่ให้เล่นฟุตบอลพอเราจัดทีมกันเสร็จปัญหาต่อมาก็คือเราจะเตะกันที่ไหนล่ะที่นี่มีแต่ทางเดินแคบๆแล้วเราก็มีความคิดว่าเราต้องสร้างพื้นที่ของเราเองเรารวบรวมเศษไม้เก่าๆถูเข้ากับแพปลาทำอย่างนี้ทุกวันหลังเลิกเรียนแล้วเราก็สร้างสนามของเราขึ้นมามันโยกเยกแต่มีวัตถุเต็มไปหมดบนตกน้ำบ่อยมากเลยพวกเราด้วยแต่เราก็เรียนรู้ในการเล่นบนสนามแบบนี้ก็นี่แหละสนามของเราสนามนี้จะเป็นแชมป์โลกแล้ววันหนึ่งเราก็ได้ไปสมัครการแข่งขันฟุตบอลมาครับแข่งนี่นะไม่รู้ดิแล้วเราจะสู้กับเขาไหวเหรอแล้วเราก็ตัดสินใจลงแข่งถึงจะไม่มีชุดก็เหอะนี่เลยแชมป์ชุดนี้รออย่างแรกเราไม่รู้มาก่อนว่าจริงๆแล้วชาวบ้านก็สนใจเราเหมือนกันพวกเขาเอาชุดมาให้แถมตามมาเชียร์ด้วยตอนนั้นเราตื่นเต้นนะ แต่พอเอาเข้าจริงเราทำได้ดีกว่าที่คาดไว้จังหวะเท้าของเราดีกว่าจากการเลี้ยงหลบตะปูแถมประตูในสนามจริงใหญ่กว่าตั้งเยอะแล้วเราก็เข้าถึงรอบ4 ทีมสุดท้ายวันนั้นฝนตกหนักมากแถมคู่แข่งก็เป็นแชมป์เก่ารองเท้าของเราเต็มไปด้วยน้ำเราเล่นกันไม่ได้เลยหมดครึ่งแรกเราโดนนำไป2 ลูกเราสู้ไม่ได้จริงๆเราไม่รู้จะทำยังไงหลังจากครึ่งแรกที่เราสู้ไม่ได้เราต้องทำอะไรบางอย่างเราต้องกลับไปเล่นฟุตบอลแบบของเราด้วยการถอดรองเท้ามันเป็นฟุตบอลแบบที่เราถนัดจริงๆคู่แข่งสู้เราไม่ได้เราเล่นดีขึ้นทำได้ดีขึ้นเราตีเสมอได้เราคิดว่าเราจะชนะแต่เพราะลูกนั้นในนาทีสุดท้ายนั่นแหละเราไม่เสียใจหรอกดีใจซะอีกที่มาได้ไกลขนาดนี้แถมชาวบ้านทุกคนก็ภูมิใจด้วยหลังจากนั้นความคิดของคนทั้งเกาะก็เปลี่ยนไปวันนี้เรามีสนามใหม่ที่ไม่มีตะปูแล้วแต่เราก็ยังไม่ได้เล่นบนสนามหญ้าอยู่ดี
แล้วเรื่องของคุณล่ะ
So, what do you all think about the story? So, some of you want to share what are your key takeaways? At what time you felt like, oh, what's going to happen next? Like for me, for that example where it was raining and they removed the shoe, and on the go, how the kids managed to, turn around the situation. And that place where the man who was all the way trying to, discourage the kids, brought all the gears for them to play. That is all like very inspirational, and then that leaves us with goosebumps, isn't it? So why don't some of you also share? I want to hear some of you also. What you thought, what inspired you? Yeah.
That is what usually happens. After the team has gone to the extreme, like they are going to lose and something happens, and then at the end they will be the winner finally. But here it was not the case. So it showed that winning is not the only thing that we should look forward to. Even if we lose, there were many lessons that they had to take away with them, and because of which they got a better football ground later on, and which was the stepping stone for their success.
Absolutely. Wow. Amazing. Any others? Yeah.
Saira, ma'am, for me, the key takeaway was this, that water was their weakness, but they could turn their weakness into their biggest strength. So
Absolutely.
the fact that they could build a whole playground on water and make that
unimaginable,
their identity
isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Any others? Yeah. Please. Yeah. Good.
Ma'am, whether we know or not know that we are eligible enough or we are good enough, but we should give it a try, because that is only the starting point.
True. Thank you. I think there was one more person. Yeah.
Saira, my key takeaway from this video was that if you train for hard, the opportunities that will be coming in your way will become a very easy cup of tea for you.
Absolutely. I think some of these things we heard from today morning as well from the other speakers, right? So the more we challenging opportunities we take, we are more ready to take up, something as impossible as well and make it happen. So I want to talk about how, right? So I try to summarize here what is that one key message we can all take from this. And I think it resonates well with many of the points that you all shared, right? Success is all about creating opportunities where there is none, right? And that is what we saw in this kid's story, right? And it is amazing to note how this team created success from nowhere. And it's not only that, right? Their transformation transformed the entire village, right? And if they can do it, we can also do it, right? Each one of us can do it too. So with that, let me introduce myself. I'm Sosmita Seshadri, and I'm Mrs. Sosmita Seshadri. So that was good. but I think I want to just say, tell that I'm here because of the support of my entire family, my parents, as well as my husband, who has supported me well in this whole journey. So thank you to my family and God's grace, right? I'm here. So I'm a software professional, 22 years of experience. I'm majorly into process consulting, program management, and delivery excellence. I enjoy working on change management programs, and that's my forte. And I have led a lot of change management programs at my organization. And I also like to mentor my team, and I'm kind of a lovable mentee within my BU. And I also blog. I like to share ideas. And when I heard about this platform, I was really excited, as much as nervous, to come and talk here. But it is so exciting to be here to share with you all, right, some of my thoughts. And one day I would also want to become a podcaster, right? I want to create my own podcast, and that's on the way. So yeah, Prema ma'am talked about it, brand you, in the perspective of what is a brand, right? And she talked a lot about what a brand means and what it all encompasses. So today in my session, I will try to cover a little bit more on, from my lens, how I created my own brand, and what are some key life lessons that I can share with you all today. And I'm thinking it can help you in developing your own brand for your career. So my life is a story of an introvert, fragile, kind of a non-confident person, and how I transformed into the confident overachiever that I'm today. And definitely, like Mrs. Shah said, it didn't happen for me one day. For me, it was a process. It went through multiple thoughts. It went through multiple cycles of thinking, rethinking. So yeah, it included a lot of thinking, rethinking, and umpteen number of mentorship sessions, trainings, learnings, and just doing things, right? And that's how it happened. And I would call this like how a butterfly evolves, right? It takes a lot of time, but the learning is the process, right? The process is the learning, where you gather so much knowledge, and in that you evolve to be a different person. So for all of that, I would not, bargain that for anything, right? All the hardships that I would have gone through to learn and come to this position, right? So today, from that, I would like to extract few learnings and share with you all. So let me start with a question. So how many of these faces you all know? Indra Nui is not there, but yeah. Kiran Masumdar, Falguni Nair, Mary Com. So was the first one. So I think most of you know these people, right? Kiran Masumdar is Biocon CEO. Indra Nui became very popular recently for her Nika, right? Falguni. And then Mary Com, the first boxer. So who's the first one? Yeah, I wish. So it's Reshma Saujani, and she's also done something breakthrough, right? She has done. She's been a lawyer earlier and activist, but later started this program called Code for Girls, right? Mainly to reduce the difference in STEM education when it comes to girls vs boys proportion, right? And she's doing a great work there, and so why did I bring all of these people? What do you think is common in these people? Strong brands, okay. Ah, yeah. Yeah. And also Indian background, so those things we will leave. Any others? I heard some word. They found something for themselves and pursued it. I heard status quo, self-made, self-brand. So I think what also mattered is in many of their cases, they had to come through various hardships. And in those, beyond those hardships, they stood for themselves, right? Even if others believed them or not, they stood for what they believed in. And they conquered the fear of unknown. So that's the first point. That's the first learning I want to talk to you all about, conquering the fear of unknown. I think to some extent it came out in the previous speeches as well, right? Like if there is an unknown, like Prema ma'am talked about how it was an unknown territory which she took it and divulged into it, right? The same thing happened for me, right? I started as a programmer trainee in HCL, and within the first 6 to 9 months, I was asked to take up a role in the delivery assurance group. So this domain is not known for me, and definitely that's not what I was trained for. So I wanted to do programming, and that's where I joined HCL. So this was typical, very new. And anyway, I was like having a double-minded. Then I thought I should take it because it comes in my way and I wanted to give it a try. So I went into it. So I went into this team and I saw that the collective experience of that team is much, much higher than my age, right? So it was like, what am I going to do here, right? And it required me to kind of create my ground and learn and spend a lot of hours understanding what that role is and what that role encompasses and what I need to deliver. But there was also a silver lining to it. What happens is this delivery assurance group is some team who questions some of the deliveries that are made, and we get the opportunity to talk to the leadership directly, right? It's not like the typical programmer where you have the hierarchy, where you have to work through your manager to talk to the senior levels. But here, I'll be handling a BU or an account where I'll be responsible for the quality of deliverables that the team is making. So I am given that kind of police kind of a thing where I can question anyone and ask, right, hey, did you do this? I think you have not taken care of this. So that is not like at a team member level and equal. Many a times I'll be talking to people 2 to 3 grades above me. Wow, I never expected this could happen, right, when I took up on this challenge. So I never, that is the moment I realized how I took that how I would have been very different if I had not taken that challenge. So conquering the fear of unknown is something very important, and I always think, right, there is always a silver lining to any opportunity that comes to us, and we should be open and ready to take up that. So moving on to the next learning. Before that, I want to ask you all a question. So you are in a very you are going to take a very important financial decision in your life, and you want to plan where to put your life savings and how to go about it. And then you have 3 people before you to go ahead with this. One, a colleague. So he or she is working along with you. He also knows what is the average income that we get, and then he can guide you on what he did. So you can learn from him, and you both can do the same things, right? And then you have a trusted friend. So he or she is very caring about you, right? She really wants you to do well, and she is having your back. He or she has your back. So you always know they will think good for you. So you can believe in them. And then there is an expert. Like he's a financial expert. He or she is a financial expert. And they know the market, and they are well aware of what happens and when, what is best at any situation. So in this case, whom do you go to? Why? Sorry? All three? Okay, that's a good option. Yeah. But yeah, we can also analyze why all three, maybe to get an idea. Would you want to share, ma'am? Why? Perspectives. Okay. And yeah. What is option four? Self-decision. Okay. Yeah. But okay, okay, that's definitely true. But what the other ma'am said also, right? Knowing from everyone and then making my own choice is also a great thing to do, right? And typically for all the important life decisions, that's the best way to do. I want to call upon here the importance of an expert here. What is the expert bringing on table apart from what a friend or a colleague can bring? Expertise, knowledge, authentic information, unbiased, and they're bringing credibility to the table, right? So that's the thing I want to talk about next, building credibility. So from where I started as a team member into the delivery assurance group, I understood that if I have to survive and then grow here, I need to build credibility. So I started doing a lot of certifications and learnings on my own, in my own pastime, to kind of improve my skill and understanding on the subject, right? And today, with ample platforms like Coursera and Udemy, I think each one of you can also, embark on that self-learning journey where you can keep inventing and reskilling and upskilling yourself continuously, right? So that building credibility is something like and this is not something like you do at one time and then you have created your brand and then you can leave, right? You have to maintain and sustain. So as recent as like 1.5 years back also, I did a program with IIM Calcutta on digital transformation, right? And that gave me perspectives on what's the new trends in the market and then aligning it with the management lessons. And that led to another, and I was able to publish a paper in IEEE as well on digital transformation in healthcare, right? So building credibility is something that you should think of as how a train track is. Like there is one career, and in line with that, you have to invest equally in your learning. And as long as you want the career to go, you need to follow through on your pursuit of learning. So building credibility is something very critical. And the next thing I want to talk about is, before that, what do you see here? And what do we don't see here? Is the 70% of the mass that's under, right? So typically, we can all reflect this to our work and delivery that we make, right? Most probably, what is seen is what we deliver on the top. But we also, in a corporate world or in any profession, right? It's important to create visibility on what we deliver over and above, right? So when we talk about creating visibility, it's about like after HCL, after 5 years with HCL, I moved on to Cognizant. And in Cognizant, I've got so many different opportunities to work in different teams. And what I learned there as I went in is how creating visibility more for myself through what I can bring to table differently. So during the early days of my work at Cognizant, I got introduced to some of these change management related work, right? Where it was more about within my team, I had to create something to create interest on a topic and share it within the small business unit I was supporting. And first time I was the one who volunteered and said, right, maybe I will give it a try. And then I realized I had a flair for this, and I continued on that journey, right? And eventually, whenever there was a big organization change initiative, they started looking to me and then reaching out to me. So that created kind of the space for me to perform and excel on something over and above, right? Though I play a role of a delivery assurance leader for a business unit, I'll also be taking up multiple change management initiatives, and that gave me the opportunity to be more creative. But how did that happen? Any thoughts? How did that happen? Seen, yeah. So getting ourselves seen is as much important, right? Typically, we think that, my job is to do my work and it will be known, right? But it's not that you need to be kind of going gaga saying about it, but there are ways, very non-intrusive, silent ways where you can volunteer and say, I have an idea here where I can submit it, and then I want to see your views on that. Or you can, have a regular meeting with your supervisors and talk about, this is what I bring to table, and these are other skills I have developed over these few months, which I want to employ. If you have any opportunities, I want to, try it out with you. So that's how we constantly, go back, reflect and see what I can bring to table differently, and also have that conversation with our supervisors. So before I move ahead, I want to do a quick reflect on what we covered till now, right? We started with conquering the unknown. We talked about building credibility, and then we talked about creating visibility. So we can think of these three as a foundation to talk about the next three learnings that I want to share with you all. And the next one is pretty important, right? Leadership. And leadership is not about leading teams, right? It is about leading ourselves. How we are planning for our career and how we are thinking of leading our own lives, right? And that is why I'm calling it as leading without title, right? So in the years that I've been an associate to director at Cognizant, I have learned tried so many leadership styles, and these are some of the learnings that I want to share here, right? Really two key things that I want to talk about here. One is challenging status quo, challenging yourself as well as challenging your teams to deliver more, right? Sometimes when we don't challenge, right, what happens? We kind of keep doing the same things that we do every day, every night, right? So it's very important to challenge ourselves, challenge status quo, and think about what we can do differently and what we can do more. Similarly, defying the mediocrity, right? So I have seen, right, when there is mediocrity, typically we kind of tend to go into that, cycle of this is enough and this is what we can do, and it leads to a kind of stage where we become disinterested and disengaged, right? So it's not only for our team, for ourselves also, very important to reflect every now and then on what we are delivering and what is that I'm doing today, and whether it brings value to the table or not. So going on to the next one, I want to, so what is one thing that you all learned or studied newly in the recent past? Apart from what you're studying as a main course here. You want to share? Some of you want to share? Any courses, any certifications that you would have did outside? So there is a point why I'm asking this question is typically, so as we get into the industry, it is very important that we constantly reinvent ourselves, right? So we need to understand what's happening, and then kind of keep thinking about what next, right? There is this famous book, What Got You Here Will Not Get You, further. So what it means actually is like, there are a few things that helped you to be where you are now, but if you want to go beyond, there's something more, something differently that you need to do, right? I can't keep doing the same things and expect a different results, right? So at every point of time, we need to stop, reflect, and redo the thinking on what I want to do new, right? So some of the things that helped me in constantly reinventing myself is, one is a mentorship. I think many of the other leaders also spoke about that, like mentoring and having a proper, good mentor is something that's kind of a boon to us in the career, right? So looking for right mentorship, looking for guidance, and bouncing back our ideas and thoughts on what we want to do and in the future is something that will help us to kind of refine our thoughts as well as provide us a guidance, right? So early in career, and always look for good mentors and keep going back to them. The second thing is about reading, right? It could be as simple as reading a book every day, reading some book every day, or continuously reading about what is happening new in the in the field, and then trying to keeping yourself abreast. And the third thing is on trying to do different things and new things, right? So it could be day to day what I can do differently, but as well as challenge yourself to do something more than what you're doing today, right? So, and then also look for change, right? We always think that once we get into a comfort zone, we want to keep delivering there. So it's very important to, think about what I can do differently, or what I can, or like I have seen many of the leaders do this. They suddenly take a call, right? I want to do something different and switch to another role, right? And ask for a role change and do it. That's because, they feel, right, they're not engaged. They feel that new change could make them more engaged, as well as put them in newer challenging positions and opportunities. For myself itself, in the journey in Cognizant, I would have changed some 7 to 8 roles till now, right? And each one comes with it different opportunities, learnings, different set of leaders to work with, their perspectives, and it's really amazing. So we never should be, thinking about whether a change is good or not. Change is always good. And the next thing is mentoring. So as much as you getting a mentor, it's also good to have, mentor few people, keep mentoring your next generation, right? That gives newer perspectives to hear from them. And also you feel a kind of, you are giving back. And that gives a lot of confidence and self-boost to ourselves. And the next important thing, which women typically don't do much, I have seen this in men so much, is allyship, right? Getting together. Now I see like there are forums where women come together, share, and stand for each other, for pushing them for another, elevated role and all that. But this is something we can keep working on, creating allies in your own teams, in your organization. So if you are in a particular team, don't think that is your forte. Keep going, reaching out to other departments, other teams, know what's happening, create a kind of interactive scenario for yourself, right? And once you start doing it small, as you grow in the ladder, you can try doing it across the industry as well. True. So allyship is very important. And I want to close this with upskilling, which is something I talked about in the beginning as well, right? Upskilling and learning constantly is something that will be of great benefit to us. So finally, I want to close with this one, right? Maintain balance. You have said all of this, and you have heard so many things that you should do every day from the previous speakers as well. But maintaining balance is very important, right? I have seen in the corporate world how there will be very, 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 very high performing women candidates, but at the mid of their career, they drop off. That's mainly because they're already stressed out, or they feel there's no other way for them to proceed, right? So it's very important to create a support system for yourself. How you can do it, I will talk about it a bit, but that support system, and then, women always have this feeling that I have to do it all myself. So we don't like to ask for help. So there is no shame in asking for help. So go ahead and do that, because you are doing it for yourself. And when you are confident, your whole family or whatever the surrounding around you is going to be happy and confident, right? So I want to talk about few things that has helped me to maintain this balance. One, family. I share my vision and goals with my family as much vocally as possible. That helps me to, one, understand the perspectives, but otherwise, they're also engaged in my journey, right? They also know what I'm going for, and they are ready to partner with me and support me, right? And also family time is also important, right? We think that work is all time work. So taking time with family to spend quality time with them is equally important. The second thing is I also plan some long breaks every year where I try to regenerate, think back, do nothing related to work, and then gives me a lot of inspiration to come back and do something new, right? So long breaks is one. Daily breaks are also important. Your own tea time, your own time to read that book for 10 minutes every day in the morning, that is also important, right? And finally, have some passion projects. Like I said about blogging. Recently, I started doodling a bit. So all of this gives us some interest, to do something to unfocus from work. And again, we can refocus with a lot more interest, right? So I think that's all I wanted to cover. Brand You is all about all of these aspects. And it's all in your hands now to create something new for yourself. And the journey starts right from here. So I hope you found this interesting. I just want to complete with a short video which encompasses what we wanted to share.
What's your dream? To win championships? A scholarship? Do you want to be a bigger athlete than Serena Williams? Or do you want to be the first girl to play for the Yankees? Can you be the generation that ends gender inequality? Or will you show that champions in your sport can also look like you? Maybe your dream is to be the first 13-year-old to go pro. Or to push a sport to accept everyone just as they are. But the craziest dream of all is the one that starts a million more.
So yeah, thank you. So definitely each one of your dream can inspire 100 more dreams to make, to come true, as we started the Pani story, right? So keep dreaming and keep create your brand now, right? Now is the right time to do it. And I just want to finish with the finale. Which I thought is apt. Be ready, be open, and challenge the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Soshmita Seshadri ma'am, for your inspiring talk. You surely ignited our brains with curiosity in the first 5 minutes of the talk itself. Tom Peters has said, "We are CEOs of our own companies, the Me Incorporation. To be in business today, our most important job is to be head marketeer for the brand called you." So, by sharing the various steps, such as conquering the fear of the unknown, building credibility, creating visibility, leading without title, and the most important, maintaining balance, ma'am surely inspired us to build this brand of you. And the way the ma'am added the personal touch of her own transformational process, you surely motivated us to break out of the chain of old. You surely motivated us all to break out of the old chains that are holding our true potential back, and so that we question and improve constantly to build this sustainable brand. As ma'am mentioned, change is always good, so we should all realize and live up to our true dream. And we are all looking keenly forward to your podcast, ma'am. Thank you so much for your talk. Now I request Vice Chancellor Sir Dr. C.B. Sanjeevi to please hand over the token of gratitude to Ms. Soshmita Seshadri. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we shall all break for lunch, and I request you all to please reassemble at 2 p.m. for the afternoon session. Thank you, Jai Sai Ram.